Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rick Walker. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. Hello, Maverick family. What a show we have lined up for you tonight. Special guest, Derek Smith, author, best known for the book, How the Prime Minister Stole Freedom, will be here to talk about his newest book, The Young Person's Guide to Grooming. It's a book designed to protect children. And I'm sure you can understand from the title what the subject matter is. So this is done in a child's book format, but I think that the focus is really on adult readers. And Derek will be along to explain what that is all about. And that book, the subject matter, of course, ties into tomorrow's planned protests across Canada for the 1 million March for Children, which is focused on also protecting children, on parental rights. And there is a whole discussion that should be had. Do parents have rights or privileges? The language surrounding all of that has changed over time. We have a leaked document tonight in our possession from a school board outlining their policies on gender politics and gender identity and how they deal with that with their students and with parents. We'll share that document with you this evening. So we're going to dig into all of that. And of course, with all of this, we have this heightened concern about possible clashes in the streets between protesters and counter-protesters from unions who were caught this week in a secret Zoom meeting planning big counter-protests in major centers across Canada. We'll touch on that as well, and there's a lot of concern about whether that's even proper for the unions to be engaged in that kind of activity. And on the 1 million March for Children side, or freedom side, they're even talking about how they're looking into legal aspects of that. So all that is going to be on tap. And I think we're going to have another special guest joining us later in the broadcast as well. I think Liz Valley is going to be along to join us later to talk about what's going on in her community with one of the marches, and also to give some additional perspective on what's being said and what the impact of this secret union Zoom meeting might have tomorrow. So she'll, I think, give us a sense of what the local situation is in her community, what we can kind of expect in some of the smaller communities. And we also have stuff from Toronto, Ottawa, bigger cities, where a lot of people are planning to attend tomorrow. And police are getting things ready as well. So all kinds of stuff going on. And it is pretty concerning. We have people facing off against each other in the streets, and emotions are running high, and it isn't really clear where all this is going, but we are seeing horses, the mounted unit, the public order unit from Toronto, present right now in the streets of Ottawa. They're ramping up. They're getting ready. A heightened police presence on the streets all day today in the nation's capital, preparing for whatever might be coming. So this is different. Canada hasn't really seen much of this kind of thing before, not on this level. And we'll talk to our guests tonight and get their thoughts on why we're seeing such a robust response from the authorities and government as we prepare for coverage tomorrow of this 1 million person, 1 million march, or whatever they're calling it. I can't keep the name straight. So we have clips, we have stuff to show you. I'll try to give you some perspective on this as well if you haven't figured out what's kind of going on. I'll try to be as transparent and truthful with you as I possibly can. I'm always trying to be transparent. I am transparent. The only thing that I hold back is when I'm given information that either I have to protect for ethical reasons, or because I can't verify the authenticity and accuracy of information. So, but beyond that, to protect sources and things like that, I will hold some information back sometimes just for ethical reasons. But otherwise, I'm pretty much an open book. So I will share with you what I can tonight. And I do have a perspective on this. So stay with me. We'll be right back. We'll start digging into all of this stuff. And we will also be, I think if we have time, we'll talk about this situation with India as well. And the murder here in Canada and this apparent affront to Canadian sovereignty from the Indian government, if these allegations of Indian involvement in that murder out in British Columbia prove to be true. Don't go away. I'll be right back after this.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Back and I just need to take one more quick break while I just queue up something else. I'll be right with you. And one of our guests has already arrived, so we'll bring Liz in on the other side of this.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, I'm back, and joining us is one of my favorite people. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Great to have you here tonight.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I'm a little kerfuffled, just so you guys know, like I'm still in my workout clothes and my hair probably looks like I worked out and all that stuff, but I tried to just get the food ready for the family and run down here.
That's the reality of life. Everybody, yeah.
Yeah.
Glad you can be here tonight, though, because I think that you can help people with some perspective on what's about to happen tomorrow. And I know that in our town, Chatham, Kent, Ontario, there is a 1 million person march for children tomorrow. Can you just, first of all, tell us a little bit about what's happening in our local community to give people a sense of what's happening in some of the smaller towns? We know there's big stuff in Toronto and Ottawa. What about in smaller communities?
So I'll tell you as much as I can. I'm not the organizer, and I don't even know who the organizer is. I don't even know if there is an organizer. So, small town, that's what's going to happen. You just, fly by the seat of your pants. But we're going to all meet at Tecumseh Park. So that's a kind of centrally located park in Chatham, and we're all going to meet there at 9 a.m. And they are asking that we wear white. So all this information's coming to me so fast, and there's been a lot that's already happened today too. So I'm trying to keep up, but that's what I've heard so far is we've been asked to wear white. We are meeting at 9 a.m. at Tecumseh Park, and then there'll be a march at 11. There is a flyer going around, and at the bottom of the flyer, there is a route posted. But if you meet everybody at 9 a.m., it'll be led by somebody, I think, and just keep with the mob, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So from what I understand, again, I'm not an organizer, so I just hearing some of what the purpose is behind this is the reason why I'm participating. And it really comes down to what is being taught in schools and the SOGI 1, 2, 3 curriculum, which I'm trying to catch up on. I'm trying to look at it and see what it's all about. And so far what I've looked at, it all kind of sounds the same, in the sense that they talk about like gender identity, and then they talk about inclusiveness and diversity and inclusion, being kind, and all of those things. So to me it seems very general, and what I haven't been able to find, and maybe other people are more tech savvy than I am and can dig better than me, but I haven't been able to find exactly what material is being taught. And this was something I tried to do last school term, because I was told that it was going to be taught in grade 8 in my son's grade. And so I started asking, well, what exactly are you teaching? Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's educational. Maybe it'll be okay. And as I'm asking questions, they're like, oh, well, we don't know. You're going to have to go to the Board of Education, and then you're going to have to go to, ask your MPP, and then ask the Ministry of Education. And so I got passed around, and nobody could tell me. Like, they'll give you references to go on, but when you look on the websites, it's generalized. So one question I had is, are they teaching kids that there are 2 genders, or are they teaching kids that there are, I don't know what we're up to. What are we up to? 173?
I don't know.
So to me, the answer to my questions are kind of within that one question.
But you're a parent, so I'm sure you probably go to parent-teacher meetings. Or is that not a question that can be asked, and I'm sure probably is asked in those kinds of meetings? And wouldn't the teachers make that available? No?
I haven't been to a parent-teacher meeting. I haven't actually. I'm trying to remember when the last time I was told there was one, because I'm on the email list. But my experience I was going to parent-teacher meetings before COVID. And my experience is they don't really like to get into hot topics. So back then, before COVID, so imagine before COVID, what could we possibly have been upset at, right?
Well, I'll tell you, when my kids were in school, I went to a parent-teacher meeting, many of them, and the teacher talked about. I said, I think he's getting behind in his reading skills, and I said, he can't spell, and she said, well, we don't teach spelling. And then I had a conversation, and so they haven't been teaching spelling in school for quite some time.
So
anyway.
So my beef back then was bullying, and so I brought it up, and they changed the subject on me.
Interesting.
It is. So it kind of feels a lot like that, except when you're trying to be on the phone with somebody or through email or whatever, you're kind of passed around. They're kind of like, well, I don't have that in front of me. And to me, my question to either teachers or vice principals or whoever is, So whoever presents this information to you, you're just relying on them for it to be truthful and accurate, and you have no idea what's coming at you. And the answer was yes. It comes from the district. All the materials come from the district. They have to trust that the district has chosen the right material, that it's accurate, that it's truthful, and once it's presented.
I actually have it. I actually have a document leaked from the District School Board of Niagara tonight.
Oh, okay.
I haven't even really had much time to look at it, but we can look at it together.
Okay.
This, I don't think, is really about curriculum. This is about policy and policies surrounding, well, gender identity and gender expression guidelines. So as you can see here, it's dealing with things like honoring identity and expression, gender affirming practices,
What's
creating, well, I don't know, centering student wellness, duty to accommodate, social transitioning in school.
So just sorry to interrupt. That's what I mean, though. When you go on documents like this, there's those statements, right? And it's a kind of a general statement, but really, like, what the heck does that mean?
Well, we can scroll down to page 11 and find out. Okay. Here's 6, 7. There's page 8, 9, 10, 11. Gender affirming practices. Affirming spaces are places where all individuals can feel free to express their authentic selves. These are spaces that are free from discrimination and harassment based on gender identity and gender expression. Affirming spaces allow all individuals to feel safe and comfortable. A positive and supportive environment needs to be cultivated in classrooms so transgender and gender diverse students can feel safe, supported, and can express their whole selves. Some considerations for creating affirming spaces: listen. You got to listen. Follow the student's lead. Some students may know a lot about 2S LGBTQ+. I always put the S on the end, but whatever. Communities, and some may not much at all. It is important to take inventory of the prior knowledge in your school or classroom community so you can know which steps need to be taken in creating an affirming space. It is important to start with knowing your learner so that you can best address their needs in the classroom. Learner, not student? Okay, whatever. They play with language, don't they? Make your support explicit. Students don't always know who is a safe person for them to go to in school. You have to make them trust you, basically. Be aware of your biases. Reflect on your own knowledge. When unsure, consult the resources. There are many resources available to support school staff in creating affirming and inclusive spaces and to support students who identify as 2S LGBTQ, blah, blah. If there is an area for growth or topic to revisit, make sure you check in with supports. Okay. Duty to accommodate. Unresolved accommodation request or unsatisfactory accommodation. So under the code protects people from discrimination and harassment based on gender identity and gender expression. Under the code, school boards have a legal duty to accommodate the needs of people because of their gender identity and or gender expression, unless it could cause undue hardship. It's not much different, I guess. Not much different approach, sort of. If someone had a wheelchair, you have to accommodate them, right? Kinda, but it's not the same thing.
So there's the rumor that, and I'm saying it's a rumor because I haven't seen it with my own eyeballs, that there are litter boxes in the school washrooms, right?
What? Why? Litter boxes?
Because some kids identify as a cat. I'm not joking. Like, that actually is something. One of my kids knows somebody who identifies as, well, they call it a furry.
A furry.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I was told by somebody that I know that they saw a litter box in one of the high school washrooms. Again, hearsay because I didn't see it with my own eyeballs. But so that might go into the accommodation. Yeah. So the problem I have with that, most of that stuff, I don't have an issue with. Shouldn't the classroom feel safe for everybody? Like, shouldn't the school's supposed to be a safe place for kids? They're responsible for the kids. The kids should feel welcome. all of them, every single one of them, should feel welcome. Nobody should feel like they're discriminated against at all for any reason. And I think this is common sense stuff. Like, except when you get into the accommodation. So this is what some of the parents are concerned about that are marching tomorrow. If
I think the even larger issue here is whether parents are being kept in the loop.
Yes.
What are your rights as a parent? And this document does sort of address that as well. Yeah, so I found it just before we came on air, but let me find it here again. Creating dress code. Anyway, it does talk about protecting privacy and confidentiality, page 5. There it is. So it addresses it here on page 5. All students have a right to privacy, which includes their gender identity. The DSBN must keep a student's information pertaining to their accommodation request confidential. Some transgender and gender diverse students are not open about their identity. They may have only come out to certain individuals at school with whom they feel safe and may not have disclosed their identity at home for various reasons, including safety. DSBN staff should not disclose a student's transgender and gender diverse status to the student's parents, guardians, caregivers without the student's explicit prior consent, regardless of the student's age. However, It is equally important that the DSBN staff advise the student that one cannot guarantee absolute privacy, especially from their parents or guardians or caregivers. Students should be advised that parents may become aware of their identity through parental requests of information. For example, parents, guardians, caregivers have a legal right to access student records, including Ontario student records, individual education plans, identification placement review, committee decisions, social worker, youth counselor records, etc. for minors, unless they are 16 or older and have withdrawn from parental control under the Education Act and Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. These student records may contain information that reveals the student's identity. DSBN staff may also consider discussing the concern that the student's identity may be revealed by peers in their class or school. It may also come to the attention of parents, guardians, caregivers by non-staff members. So what they're saying is this information could potentially get leaked out, but more to the point, parents can access records which could give them information which would reveal this part of their child's life or their teenager's life.
If they document it.
If they document it.
So the message I get from that is don't document it.
Perhaps. I don't know what their obligations are with regard to that.
Yeah. Well, so this is why parents are concerned and ticked off, right? Because, I mean, I'll tell you as a parent, we're going to have problems if schools start keeping secrets from me about my children. It's something that affects their life, right?
Here's a question for you, though, and it's something to ponder. If you have a child that comes from an abusive home where maybe they're being beaten, and that does go on, and they're afraid that this information would make things worse, and they might get beaten at home if their dad found out that they were gay or whatever. Now there's a thing. So I just throw that out. What do you think?
If you're suspicious that a child is being beaten at home, should you not report it to CAS?
Yes, you should. Yeah, but these situations might be a little more complicated than simply that, right?
Of course. So my point is, though, who determines that there's a problem at home? Who's determining that? Because the other day, my daughter told her friend that I'm abusive to her because I make her go to bed at 9:00 at night. Mm-hmm. She was joking. Yeah. But she's 12 years old. She throws that term out there, right, about me, laughing at me, kind of, and she's like, "You're abusive. You make me go to bed at 9 p.m., right?" Yeah. But so kids start to become defiant, right? At some point, like most of the time, there's some point in their lives that they're going to become defiant towards their parents. I did.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is, the fact that my parents didn't take that crap from me and they were a bit more strict probably saved me.
I just think, yeah, but I think on the other side of this issue, that's the scenario that I'm kind of throwing out there. That's kind of where they're coming from, right?
Sure, but what's it like? So, and looking at the big picture, what is the likelihood of that? How many abusive homes are there percentage wise, and how many, right? Like, and it's
Well,
these people, the teachers, the educators, and all of those people, they are not qualified to deal with this stuff. They do not have psych degrees.
no, but I remember during the lockdowns, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, some of the work that he did doing various studies revealed that there were children actually dying because of abuse at home during the lockdowns, because the abuse at home wasn't being reported to the authorities, because the majority of child abuse is reported to the authorities by teachers. And when they weren't going to in-person learning, those kinds of problems were falling through the cracks. And so you had an increase in child abuse, plus with the mental health issues at home during the lockdowns, amplifying all of that, these problems became even worse. So there's an example. Also, I can tell you that when I was a little kid, we had, this is just a personal thing, it's abuse among kids is actually pretty widespread. There was a teenager. I was very young. He was older. His parents were beating the crap out of him. His dad beat the crap out of him, and he came to live with us for a year. And my dad made a bedroom for him down in the basement of our home because he got beaten up really bad one night. And I never knew all the details about that, but he came to live with us for a whole year because he didn't have any place to go. My dad took him in. I remember that, really nice guy too, but that was just a personal thing with me. So there is abuse absolutely out there. Child abuse is a pretty widespread thing, but I mean, with this, I see the other side of it too, your side, where it's like, you parents, do you have rights or do you have privileges? And this is language that is being kind of, again, played with here. What is a parent's right? Do parents even have rights? They're kind of playing this language game where they're trying to say parents have privileges and obligations, but they don't necessarily have rights. The child has the rights. The parent has the obligations. I don't know. This is kind of a new way of looking at things. And I think that parents need to be absolutely deeply involved in their child's education, and they need to be aware of everything that's kind of going on in their lives. I think parents personally should have access to this kind of information. That's my view. I think that's in the best interests of the kids overall. And then abuse can be rooted out in other ways. But I do see the concern, but at the same time,
and don't get me wrong, I do too. I absolutely see that. I guess I'm coming from, the point of view of like a loving mom, right? Like,
right, yeah.
I have a very nurturing relationship with my kids, right? We're very close.
And there's there's the irony in all of this, though, right? Tomorrow we have this big march going on, and of course we're seeing, and we'll talk about this more later, but you've got the unions, being pitted against the freedom parents or whatever. I don't know how you've even described these people tomorrow, but they're all going to come out and they're going to have counter protests, and there's concerns that there's going to be clashes and everything. And yet at the end of the day, both sides really are worried about the kids.
Well, they say that.
They say that.
Yeah.
Using the same basic language.
I would like to argue, for the most part, parents are probably, well, not probably. In my case, I'll speak for myself, I guess. Nobody is more concerned nobody is more invested in my children than me.
Right.
So if anybody wants to get to my kids, they have to come through me first.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't, so
Sure, because you're the first line of defense.
right. So on the flip side of what you were talking about, you know, possible abuse in the home, and that's why you don't tell the parents. Okay, so my question is, do educators, teachers, vice principals, and everybody else involved, do they really want to be the person who, you know, a child comes to them and says, you know, I was born a boy, but I'm actually a girl. And somehow they start affirming, you know, this person. They start saying, yep, you can be a girl here, you're safe, blah, blah, blah. Somehow, and I don't know how these kids go about getting hormone therapy and puberty blockers and all of those things, but should this child start getting these things without the parents' knowledge or permission, and however that ends up happening, that child goes on to have all sorts of problems. They don't develop properly, which they won't. If they take those things, they will not develop properly. And then it comes to later in life, and that person cannot have children. Who's held responsible when the parent didn't even know that this was going on? Is that teacher going to take responsibility for that? Keep it in the parents' hands is what the parents are asking for. We know the children best. Yes, there are cases of abuse, and there are some circumstances where the kids aren't maybe safe at home. But you have to find a way to determine that, if that's the case, and that needs to be reported and that needs to be pursued. Okay, the child needs to be protected. All of the children need to be protected. But if my kids end up on drugs because somebody didn't bother to tell me that there was something major going on in my kids' lives, there are going to be problems. I won't put up with it. It's not happening. I will die for my kids. I will live hard for my kids too, but I will die for my children. I will put myself in the way. Like, that's how we feel as parents. We will do anything to make sure. It's our job to make sure that they grow up well, and then they are propelled into the future and do well. That's our job. And if something comes in between that and nobody tells us, we have no clue. They spend 6 hours a day in those institutions. That's a lot of time to have something else going on that we have no clue about. It's like the bullying thing. Go back to the bullying thing. People bring up bullying in all of this, right? They still haven't done anything about bullying in school. They still haven't done anything. It's still tolerated. There's no consequences to the bully. I know that from people close to me that have had to take their child and switch schools because it got so bad. Yeah, I know personally people close to me that's happened to. That's why part of why I feel so passionate about it. I've been passionate about it all my life.
Well, listen, let's take a brief break. Don't you go anywhere. You stay with me, because Derek Smith is in the back room. We're going to bring him in just a second. We'll be right back.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Well, hello, Mr. Smith.
How are you guys? It's good to be back.
Well, it's great to have you here. I'm so glad you could join us tonight, and it couldn't be better timing because your new book is out, and I think it certainly ties into these marches that are happening across the country tomorrow. First of all, Derek, have you met Liz before?
No,
I haven't met Liz. I've seen Liz around on the social media scene, but this is the first time in person.
I have one
Well-
of your books, Derek.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and-
I have
and-
two of them.
Oh, great. Even better.
And you have a new book. Tell us what the new book is.
Well, so the new book that's hit markets now is called The Young Kid's Guide to Grooming. And of course, at Unacceptable Fringe, I try very hard to take light of culture war situations. Mostly it's been politics. But in this book, I kind of wanted to get into the culture wars and move away from politics and see where we could maybe stand on the market as a company by trying to make lighthearted fun out of the issues that seem to be ever prevalent in people's lives these days. And of course, when we talk about marches, when we talk about everything going on with the gender ideology, it seems to be a hot topic and a hot button issue. I watched The Sound of Freedom over the summer, and a lot of people are talking about these kind of situations, and especially when it comes to client lists and people involved in those lists. And I thought, hey, what better time to bring out a book and talk about those issues and maybe take some jabs where they're needed, so to speak.
All right. So this book, as I read it, right off the top, it said that this is really aimed at adults, even though it's sort of done in the style of a child's book. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so our books have always been done for adults in the guise of a child's illustrated book. If you ever read books that have been on the market, like Go the F to Sleep and things like that, they're drawn in the style of a children's book, but aimed towards adults. Now, with our past books, especially books like How the Prime Minister Stole Freedom, I heard lots of reports from people saying that they read the books with their kids love them, and that's fantastic. I certainly try very hard not to discuss politics in front of my kids. I can tell you my children will not be reading this book. We made very clear with our disclaimer in this book, it is not intended for children. Because, again, we're stepping over a very sensitive subject, and one that people tend to, again, have different stances on when it comes to this kind of subject. So while it is drawn in a childlike manner, it is intended for adults.
Okay. So what's the hope here by sharing this information in this sort of creative way? Are you trying to achieve something?
Just entertainment, Rick. It's always been the goal at Unacceptable Fringe to kind of, like, I think laughter is always the best policy. And when you look at what goes on, especially on social media these days, when we talk about marches, when we talk about politics, when we talk about day-to-day stuff, especially in the culture wars, a lot of negativity goes around. And part of what I think made How the Prime Minister Stole Freedom such a classic for people is the fact that it found a lighthearted way to kind of take a step back and have a few chuckles, a few laughs, while also being reminded of what's going on in our current world and our current world setting. And that's what we always aim to do, is just to give people a little bit of an escape for a few minutes and have a few laughs.
And Liz, you're at a little bit of a disadvantage here because you haven't had a chance to kind of preview the book. But do you think this style of book, based on the books that you've purchased from Derek, do you think that it helps get messaging out in an effective way and address political issues in a constructive way?
I do, absolutely, because it does bring humor to it, and sometimes all of this stuff can stress us out so much, and sometimes all you can do is laugh, right? And these books allow that, and sometimes sometimes the jokes are just like so spot on too, so you're like, yeah, right? And so I think if you can get someone to relate to it that way and have a good chuckle at it, it will lighten things up a bit, and at the same time it makes it not such a downer to have to read, right? So some things are a downer to read, but then you can make jokes about it, and keep it, a little bit lighter and make a joke about it, laugh about it, and hopefully have a better day.
And I know that with Liz, you have expressed disgust from time to time over the Jeffrey Epstein, situation. And Derek, in this book, am I mistaken, or is that supposed to be a representation of someone like Jeffrey Epstein? It looks like you have a bunch of celebrities in here.
I'll never say never. There definitely are resemblances, but of course, like all of our books, we have to be very careful about who we say which persons are who. But of course, you can pull out the subtle details. Of course, I don't think our readers are stupid by any means, but that was definitely the go-to, was that we wanted something that resembled the current landscape when it comes to client lists and islands and what goes on those islands.
Yeah. So tell us how this story is told, because you have what appears to be a ghost here, and it starts with these kids, I guess, getting kind of dirty, rolling around in the dirt at a playground.
Right. So it's a pun on the term of grooming, right? Kids who want to learn how to groom themselves because they get dirty, right? So what happens in the book is that this ghost shows up under the pretense that the kids want to learn about what we classify as grooming. And he takes them on this wild adventure, showing them about grooming when all they wanted to do was learn how to get clean. These two twins in our books, we've called Riley and Vera Young, which is a pun on really and very young. And that, of course, is the joke of the book as we move forward. And the situations they get into are quite funny and quite entertaining. People are saying it's our best work so far.
Yes. Why a ghost? I think I figured it out, because somebody ain't with us no more.
Yeah, he put on a magical scarf and just turned into a ghost, I guess. It was made out of bed sheets or something, I've been told. So it's
Oh my. And there we are on Groomer Island. Okay.
It's funny. So a lot of what we do with our books, and a lot of the premise of this book, was the fact that, like, if you ever watch a show like Seinfeld, a lot of people identified with Seinfeld because they always said it was a show about nothing, and it was relatable subjects that people, much like Liz mentioned earlier, that when you read some of those jokes, you go, oh yeah, I get the intended joke because it's something someone's experiencing in real life, and that's kind of the purpose behind how we write things, is that we want to make jokes that are prevalent in people's day-to-day lives that they can kind of identify with and kind of say, hey, somebody finally said it. And that again is the premise of our books. Again, we've got the picture of Joe Biden falling up the stairs there on that page. We've got all kinds of little Easter eggs in the books. My illustrator is very good with taking her jabs, so to speak, when it comes to how we insert our humor. And I couldn't be more proud of the work she's done on this one. She's definitely taken it a step up.
Right. And what's her name?
Kaide Knipe.
Right. And she's done all your books, right?
She's done all of them exclusively for Unacceptable Fringe. We have a working partnership in place, and to date, this is the two of us doing all of these books together.
And I see that, well, I mean, the politics is on to full display here, and you have a couple of characters, one of which has a hammer and sickle on their garment.
Yeah, again, we try to be a little extreme with our jokes, in the sense that, again, it's more of a over-exaggerated slap at what the typical view is on these perceptions. And that again, it's not to be mean, it's not to be mean-spirited, it's again in the state of comedy. I've always been told the best way to laugh is to laugh at yourself, and to be able to laugh at humor in general. And when it comes to people, especially these days, you hear about people complaining at stand-up comedy shows saying, oh, a comedian stepped over the line, or they're saying things that are offensive. And these are things that 20 years ago you could have said in a comedy club without a problem. So even in that profession, they're having to be very careful about how they construct their jokes. And while I proof all of the drawings before they go into our books, while I take the time to really make sure that we're selling the joke, but we're also not stepping over a lot of lines. Sometimes I feel, hey, you know what? Let's be a little more risky with this one. Let's push it a little bit more forward. And again, with this book being blatantly told that it's strictly for adults, I wanted to make sure that we kind of push our limits as to what we've done in books in the past.
Yeah. And I see you're making reference to the use of pronouns, like this one character here seems to be called Z1, or is that Z1?
Yeah, it was kind of a pun on Dr. Seuss with Thing 1 and Thing 2. We have Z1 and Zer2, and again, a lot of jokes and references to past materials, but also our current spin.
Interesting. What do you think, Liz? Do you like the artwork?
I do. I might have to get this one too.
Well, the funny thing about this book, and the one thing I've always tried to iterate, is that within the first 30 days of sales, I've come into contact with Theo Fleury since Unacceptable Fringe has taken off, and one of the organizations he's worked very close with is Child Advocacy Center for Calgary. Now, that is a center that helps sexually abused children. It props them up and puts them in programs and gives them a little bit of a benefit. So I've said for the first 30 days, all the sales from this book, a portion of all the sales of this book are going to go towards a donation towards the Child Advocacy Center. They've done great work, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully giving them a sizable donation. It's I think that while we work in comedy, I don't think that there's anything funny that happens when it comes to abuse, when it comes to things like you were talking earlier about parental abuse at home and in the home lifestyle. So anywhere that we can help by contributing is definitely on our top to-do list with putting this book out.
Yeah. So what prompted you to do this? Is it just because you saw this issue, or you sort of percolating to the surface?
So in Calgary, we've seen this issue for quite some time with our woke mayor Jody Gondek, who I've been on the channel to talk about my mayoral race in Calgary. That she's propped up legislation that protects people that would harm the vulnerable, we'll say. And again, while I disagree with a lot of things, there's been a strong presence in the Muslim community as well as the Asian community to go against some of the policies that have been put forward. So again, I've looked at politics, I've looked at everything. There's only so many times I can beat Trudeau over the head that I kind of said, look, let's move on to another subject and let's try pushing the envelope where we want to raise some awareness and try and get people focused on.
Yeah. It's it seems like a simple issue, but it does get kind of complicated.
It's very convoluted.
Yeah. And what do you make of the new language that they're creating these days? Is there much there is some reference to it because you're referencing the pronouns, but just what are your thoughts on it?
So I'll be first to say that I'm a very proud supporter of the gay community. I do believe in someone's right to choose what's best for their preferences, what's best for their sexuality. I've always said live your best life so long as you're not harming anybody else. The problem that I have, and that a lot of my peers in that community have, is you've often seen posts about LGB without the T. And when you look at the flag that's currently being represented for the trans community and stuff, people say, well, it's another version of a rainbow flag. I see a symbolism of hatred. There's no positivity that comes out of a lot of the people that stand behind that flag. It's you believe their opinions or you're wrong. And if you're wrong, you're a fascist, you're a bigot, you're full of hatred, when really maybe you just want to get educated or have a conversation. And those doors really aren't open when it comes to, I'll just say, a large majority of the people in that group. I'm not going to single out everybody. And that, again, was the purpose of this book, was to say, look, there's people in these groups that spin new definitions, new terms for how they want to be perceived or how life should be lived, and they don't want to discuss the reason for coming up with those terms. You're just to accept it. And I guess the problem with an ever-winding or unwinding spiral of events like that is that there's no accountability to say, what is the basis for this? It's kind of like if we lived in a society where people were making up new laws every day and there was no justification behind them. Eventually it would get so out of control that we'd have to hit the pause button and say, we need structure. And that's one thing that I think needs to be done in this situation, is that I'm all for rights. I'm all for people to be happy and content with themselves, but there needs to be order, and there needs to be a line that gets drawn that says, look, we're prepared to listen to people, but we're just not going to cross this line.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Liz, as we...
I think I have to agree with that. Like, we're talking a lot about children, and their children don't, again, what you said before, Rick, is like the parent is the first in line for defense for children, and to keep them well, to keep them safe, all of those things. And if we go the route that Derek was just talking about, just it's a free for all and we let everything go, you just be whatever you want to be, it doesn't matter, nobody can tell you any different, then there are lines that are going to be crossed, and we have these rules in place for a reason. One that people bring up a lot is you don't let kids into a strip club, right? There's a reason for that. You don't let kids get tattoos. There's a reason for that. You don't let kids, I don't even let my own kids take any kind of medication without me knowing. Vitamins, supplements, nothing. They need to let me know first, right? There's a reason. We don't want to hurt them. We don't want them end up being hurt. We don't want them harmed. We don't want their future to be screwed over, right? So there has to be some rules in place. There has to be some order. There has to, they're not adults. They're not capable of making major decisions about their life without some help.
Man, times sure have changed. School was never like this when I was a kid.
No, not at all.
Certainly not. Well, and that's something that really catches me off guard, is that you would think in today's society that if parents were expressing concern to say, look, we as parents just want rights over knowing what's going on with our kids, what they're saying, what they're doing, what they're doing that could alter or change their lives. I can tell you right now that as a teenager, I thought I knew everything. I mean, I still kind of act like I know everything, but at the time, I thought I had all the answers to the world. And some of the decisions that I would have been making, I can tell you right now, had my folks have not intervened or had something to say about the decisions I was making, I could have been in a very different spot given the age that I'm at right now. I think that the purpose of parents is to not only nurture, but to help guide and grow their children. And when you see schools saying that they have a right to step over those boundaries, the one question I find isn't being asked is why? It's the same thing when you hear about drag story hour. Why do you want to read to children? Why is it that important? Why is why is the one question we're not asking? And I'm happy to hear somebody's take on something, and I'm happy to hear why someone feels things should be different or that we should be more accepting of something. But the problem is when you ask the question why, you're suddenly condemned and told that you're phobic or you're not supportive of a community or that you're a terrible person simply because you want answers. And from a society that preaches about tolerance and talks about diversity and change, they certainly don't want to explain the method behind the madness, so to speak. And that's where I have an issue with it.
Yeah, what do you think, Liz?
Same. Yeah, like asking why.
I know why.
Well,
because
I
the
know.
government's paying for it. They're funding it.
It's access.
That's
I think
why.
a lot of it's access.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so with the drag queen story hour, what they'll say is, we in case there are children who are queer, we want them to know that it's it's fun, and they're not going to be alone. There's more people like them and things like that. But my thing is like, as a parent, is I'm okay with all of that. I won't take my kids to drag queen story time, but my kids understand that not everybody is going to look, be, and act like them. They understand that. They've met plenty of people who are very different from us. But when I ask the question of, okay, so you're going to teach Soji, you're going to teach these topics, what are you going to say to them? I can't get an answer to that. Why? Why can't I get an answer to that? Why can't I get an answer to what are you going to say? Not the general, we're going to teach, that, some people, there's these genders and whatever. It's like, I want to know How many genders are you telling kids there are? Are you telling kids that, well, you're a girl, you were assigned female at birth, but you can be a male if you want to? Because if they're telling my daughter that, they're lying to her, and I have a problem with that. So I want to know what the content of these things that they're telling the kids, because if they're lying, then I have a problem.
Well, it looks like you've got the Ghostbusters out in full force there. So
Yeah, it's we've got a lot of folks in that book that we wanted to make cameos, and again, I know we're going to get blasted. I know there's going to be negativity around the book, and I know a lot of people are going to say, look, you're hating on a specific group of people. And again, I'll state that is never the goal when we put out materials like this. People say to me all the time, well, you must really hate Justin Trudeau with everything you've done. And I said, I strongly dislike the man, but if I ever had the chance to talk to him again, I'd probably ask him the same question. Why? Why have you done all these things? I am very approachable when it comes to dialect. And I think that's the one thing that our country has been lacking, especially over the last 15 years, is that with the evolution of the internet and social media, I think people have forgotten how to carry a conversation. You see a lot of people hide behind monitors nowadays on their digital soapbox, and they think that it is the be all end all to how people feel, how people say things, how people behave in public. And unfortunately, people have forgotten that a handshake and a smile sometimes goes a long way. And just the kindness of asking somebody, how are you doing, can go. And as a society, we've now turned into this hate structure that's breeding intolerance of people saying, well, this is how I feel, and again, you have to accept this or you're wrong. Now that goes with politics, that goes with sexual preferences, that goes with genders, that goes with a number of things that people have kind of lost their way. And I think, again, communication is key. I think it's key in anything, whether it's a household, whether it's a job, and talking is definitely what we need to get back to. And I'm all for being at the table and listening to people's gripes and complaints, but at some point we need a solution, and we need something that's going to work, especially for our kids.
talking is the issue. I mean, it's Trudeau never came out to speak to the protesters during the Freedom Convoy.
Right.
Now we have all these, for months we've seen these protests with counter protests in the streets over this very issue. The transgender issue and the drag queen storytime stuff, and the Save Canada kids and the Billboard Chris guy and all of that, and clashes sort of in the streets. They're not talking to each other; they're just screaming at one another, or right. And the cops kind of suffering out there too. It's not a good situation. I don't know how we get back to a place where we can have an actual dialogue. And I'm not sure what to expect tomorrow. Do you have any thoughts on that, Derek?
It's funny because a lot of people that watch my YouTube channel have asked me, are you going to go to the march? Are you going to be there? Now, my situation at home during the daytime is I'm a full-time father. I'm at home with a 3-year-old while my 2 children are in school. And I said, look, as much as I'd love to support my fellow man and go out and go to these protests, I spoke with a friend of mine today who's a police officer who said, if you have anybody under the age of 10, I would not be going to these protests with those children, simply because while they've invited people to come with their families, it's the counter protests that they're worried about. They have no issue with people voicing their concerns. And again, this police officer in Calgary that I spoke with this morning had told me that they have no concerns about the protest itself, because for the most part, the Muslim community or any of those folks that have been protesting in the past, it's been mostly peaceful. They haven't had any incident. He says the problem is that this is a very aggressive community on the other side, and paid actors and people that are there literally to stir up trouble. So he says for the safety of children, he says, I wouldn't recommend taking them. So I'm going to have to decide if I'm going to find a way to go down there solo. But I definitely won't be taking my children down there. Even at their age, I don't think it's something they should be witnessing. I think that this is something parents should be fighting for. And keeping the kids out of it just as much as we say leave kids alone. I certainly wouldn't want to indoctrinate my children either that this is my side of the fence that I stand on, or that my side of the fence isn't able to carry a discussion. I think that, again, discussion is the key. I think that both sides need to come to the table and have an understanding, hear each other out, and come up with a reasonable solution.
Yeah, well, I can show you some video of what's going on in Ottawa today, and what they've done is they have brought in the public order unit with these horses again to Ottawa from Toronto.
Ready to trample it.
That's the new guy. Well, the horses are back. Looks like Toronto. New guy, number 2 on the right is a new guy. And,
Interesting.
They got at least 2 new riders. I haven't seen the number 4 guy on the right yet.
Liz?
He's okay.
So that, of course, from Chris Dacey.
Yeah.
Why do you think we're seeing that?
Well, again, there's two sides to the coin, and unfortunately, even on the parental side of the field of people that support more right-leaning politics, it's all a stage. A lot of these people, what you have to remember. Now, Chris Dacey does great work. Don't get me wrong. I'm not slamming Chris Dacey. These guys make a living off of clicks and views, and of course they have to show what's going on. They want to inform people as well. I'm not going to shadow that out. But this is the nature of the business: is look what's going on, look what's happening. No news sells better than bad news, and that's been relevant in society for over 100 years. It's the way the machine works. I think, again, when you look at the Freedom Convoy protest in Ottawa, which was a 98% mostly peaceful protest, and again, I leave out that 2% because you can't say that absolutely everybody behaved. But people, for the most part, when it comes to protesting, seem to have a head on their shoulders as to what's appropriate, what isn't. Do I think there's going to be a problem? On the side of the parents, no, I don't believe there will be a problem. I think, again, when you look back to what happened pre-summer back in Ontario when they were protesting kids' rights with the Muslim community, there was an outbreak that caused almost a fight. We've seen that one. I can't remember his name, but that NDP candidate who was hiding behind a flag that was involved with somebody being assaulted, and again, the problem is when you get them into an enclosed space and there's two sides being very aggressive, something is going to happen every single time, and it doesn't matter what you're protesting. So it'll be interesting to see if the police are there to in fact keep a line between people, or if they're just there to enforce. And Ottawa, I think, is going to be a melting pot for this protest tomorrow. I think it's going to be where we're going to see the most action if anything happens. But hopefully, and I pray to God that everybody is safe and that everybody that goes is there for the right reasons, and that anybody who goes is there to support, other people's voices as well as their own, and just try to get their message across as peacefully as possible.
Liz?
Yeah, so I agree with Derek with the in the matter of the kids. I'm not bringing my kids, and my kids are staying in school. And I know that a lot of people in this event are saying the kids are not going to school tomorrow. Well, my kids have goals for their education, and they take them seriously. And this is my fight, not theirs. And I'm not pulling them out of school because it's not dire right now to do so. If there was a reason that something was going to happen at school and that I didn't want them to be there for, then I would definitely pull them out. But it's going to be a normal school day at school as far as they're concerned. So they're going to stay at school while I go out and voice my opinion. But anybody who does bring their kids, by all means, I welcome that as well. Like I said, I believe parents have to make that decision for each of their own family. I'm not going to make that decision for somebody else. In Chatham, I would be surprised if there's any issues. I really would, just because Chatham is smaller and we're a community. But I will say that if there is anybody out there that possibly might be listening to this right now, if you don't agree with me and you do show up, please come and talk to me, because like you guys have already stated, the only way we come to any kind of solutions and conclusions and solve any problems is by communicating. I know that if people actually just sat across from each other and had a decent conversation with each other, they would find common ground. We may end up still disagreeing, but we can find common ground, and we can find something that meets in the middle somewhere on all of these topics. I was saying earlier, typing earlier in a Facebook comment, that maybe instead of making it mandatory in the curriculum to go over SOGI, maybe have an option for SOGI, and then other kids can have the option to maybe do metabolic health or something else, right? Like whatever the idea might be, whatever grade they are, wherever they're at, maybe learning how to read nutrition labels on products, whatever it is, right? Whatever level they're at, whatever grade they're at, maybe have an option instead of, or maybe have that SOGI option as a side at the school. They talked about safe spaces for the kids to go, right? If somebody's feeling confused or whatever, there's a room or something that they can go to get counseling and to get some education. Maybe there's some pamphlets in there, whatever, right? But why when this is an ideology, right? We don't teach ideology. Well, we weren't supposed to be teaching ideology in schools anymore. That's why they took teaching of God and the Bible out of school. They don't say the Lord's Prayer in school anymore. And you see a lot of people say, bring back God in schools. Well, yeah, us Christians would love that. But at the same time, I understand why we don't, because there are tons of families that don't believe in God that go to the same school as my kids. So I'm not going to force them to learn about God when they don't believe in God. So if our family doesn't believe in all of the things that they're teaching in this SOGI program, then why do my kids have to sit through it?
Well, things seem to have changed a lot since the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa the first time around. How do you think we got here? I'll throw it out on the floor.
Well, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Liz. No, go ahead. Ladies first.
So part of what I saw happen, from my point of view and from what I observed with the Freedom Convoy from a little town, is when everybody was going, it was huge. Everybody was on the overpasses. Everybody was excited and everything like that. But as soon as the rhetoric started to turn, as soon as the media turned on the Freedom Convoy and the politicians turned on the Freedom Convoy, everybody got quiet. And they didn't want to come out and say that they supported it anymore, because they were calling us racists and calling us bigots and calling us misogynists and all of those things, right? Like all of those things were being said about us again. So nobody wanted to, like your average person that was still at home working, didn't want to come out and boldly say that they were still in support of the Freedom Convoy, because then that meant that they could be ostracized, they could be canceled, they could be, their job could be in jeopardy, and all those things. It was happening all over again. And I feel like, to me, it seemed like everybody just kind of got quiet, and that kind of translated over into all topics again, and nobody would speak up again about anything. They come over to you and kind of nudge you and be like, yeah, keep talking, you're doing good, but I can't because blah, blah, blah. And it's like, so we're back to being quiet again, right? So I think, again, my main goal right now in this moment is to open up the dialogue and have conversations. And, this is where we start. We're not solving anything tomorrow. Nothing's going to be solved tomorrow, but we can start talking.
Yeah, I think when you ask how we got here, or what's changed. I think what you have to realize is that despite everyone's gripes of Justin Trudeau, what I will give him a title of is being an amazing tactician of the common word. He's learned to use the English language as a weapon. And what I mean by that is that when you look at Napoleon and his old war strategy of divide and conquer, we've seen it with George Bush after 9/11. That's how he granted himself a second term. He used fear as a weapon to be elected a second time round. That if you don't vote for him, it's going to lead to more war. It's going to lead to more attacks. Basically, vote or lose everything. And that's kind of what's happened with Justin Trudeau, is that he has tactfully taken his last 8 years in office to separate and divide as many people as possible, whether it's by medical procedure, whether it's by status of finances, whether it's sexual choices, whether it's pronouns, anything that he can find to divide people. You'll notice in his Canada 150th speech, he left out Alberta in there because he wants to divide a nation. He enjoys that. When we see Trudeau being heckled anytime he goes in public, essentially these days, it doesn't matter where he goes in the country, he's heckled. He's got a big grin on his face. He loves it. He loves every moment of it. And despite his dropping poll numbers, this is what's given him the opportunity to grow his wealth, fund the businesses of others that he's close to, and help his friends. And essentially, we're taking into the bait by being divided, by listening to the rhetoric. And much like the Freedom Convoy, when they seen the disbursement of that, and much like what Liz is talking about people getting quiet, it's shown the government that, hey, this is another weapon. This is another tool in our war chest. We can divide, we can cause panic, but we can also cause people to side with us if we use the media, if we use common phrases and words to label the common person and villainize the other ones that we don't like. And you see it all the time when it comes to global CTV. Anytime they're talking even about guys like Pierre Poilievre, it's always the same story regurgitated through each outlet, and the Toronto Star and all these outlets. It's part of a tactic now to basically stomp all over people and remove any form of I guess symmetry amongst people. Is that if you keep them divided, they'll be angry, and that leads to hate, which leads to separation, which leads to, we know who to focus on when it comes time for our votes. And it's a shame. It's a shame we've got to where we are.
Yeah. And it kind of makes it, I don't know about you, Derek, but it kind of makes me think about things too. And Rick brings it up a lot, like with these rallies and protests. Like, I'm very picky about what I attend now. And, I'm attending this one tomorrow because it does affect children, and my children in particular. But it's hard because I know that it's a trap. Like, I know it's a trap. I know that it's causing division. I know it's causing people to get mad at each other, and wrongly so. Both sides should not be getting mad at each other. Our anger should be directed, towards the people who caused this and trying to make that change. But
Absolutely.
But at the same time, if you don't do anything and you just sit around and wait, nothing's going to happen either. So,
Absolutely.
I'm hoping that it'll just open up more conversations. And, I kind of do hope that somebody who opposes us comes tomorrow so I can talk to them and just surprise them that, like, we can be nice. We're nice people, and we can have a normal conversation, a civil conversation, and let's find out what we can find out from each other. And maybe we can walk away peacefully without hating each other.
Absolutely.
That's the optimist in me.
So you think they're bringing out the horses and going to and taking all these measures because they're afraid of the union people or parents? Or
I think it's a fear tactic. I think what they're trying to do is just deliver. A police's job is always to show some form of, I guess, intimidation when it comes to upholding the law. That if you cross a line, they're prepared to push back. And I think it's a fear tactic to try and dissuade larger numbers from going. Because again, if you remember the horses when it came time to the Freedom Convoy, I know I cut my little joke there that, hey, they're getting ready to stomp people again. But people know what it means as soon as the horses arrive on the scene now. And I think that again is just more of a tactic to try and encourage people that, hey, maybe you should stay home. Maybe you shouldn't be here. Maybe there's something they're trying to convey that they know ahead of others that hey, things are going to get ugly. And then again, people maybe second guess whether or not to go out in droves to these protests. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of Ottawa tomorrow.
It will indeed, and in Toronto and other major centers in particular, but I think Toronto and Ottawa will be the hot spots. I think you're right, Liz.
Absolutely.
I don't think there will be any real trouble in smaller communities for the most part, like ours. I just can't see that. I certainly hope not. But the union people, when that leaked Zoom meeting came out, they call people on the freedom side fascists.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think they do that?
Divisiveness. Again, it's they're learning to use the same tactics as the government. It's if we label and we separate two classes of people, it's good versus evil. There is no let's educate or let's try and get our message across. It's we must get rid of the problem. We must put an end to this group of people. They're vile. They're terrible. That's the stance that's taken. And again, this is where I say this is a Zoom call over the internet. Now, while people are sitting on their webcams and voicing their opinions, my big question is would they have that opinion if they were standing in front of anybody who opposed their beliefs in a public setting? I feel that, again, if somebody was worried they're maybe going to get punched in the nose for being, vocal about their opinions, would they do that in public? And that, again, is the problem with things like the internet, is that it gives people this anonymity to feel that they can be as aggressive as they want to be without repercussions.
What about you, Liz? Yeah.
It's very negative the way that they speak and how you speak about a general population like that so disgustingly. I can't really wrap my head around it. I can't empathize with that because I can't think of people that way. Like I can't even that whole group of people. I'm still optimistic that there's some good people in there that, yeah, if you only just sat and talked and had a conversation, they'd be like, oh man, that is not what I thought was going on at all. Right. But then some of them, no, they're angry. And the other thing I notice is they keep using the word hate. Like, really? You really think that all of these parents hate you? Really? Like, you really think that all of these parents hate transgender people? Really? Like, stop throwing the word hate out there, because it's just another one that they're diminishing the meaning of. Like, we're not homophobic, we're not transphobic, we're not afraid of these groups of people, we're not hateful towards these groups of people. We just have questions about our children, their education, and their futures. Like, and you've made that point before, Derek, that just because you have questions, you turn into a hateful, bigot, transphobic, and every other thing that they can throw at you. And
well, there's no gray area.
No, and it's so negative. It's so negative. Whereas I find that, yes, some people on our side get heated and they say, like, I think that they go crazy and they say too much, and maybe some things need to be kept to yourself. But for the most part, most people that I talk to, they're like, well, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but really, like, I just want to make sure my kid's okay.
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing I was just about to say, is that when we talk about schools and teachers being involved, I would never have an issue if my child felt that, despite having a very open home, if my child was ever on the fence of feeling a certain way about their how they express themselves or how they feel sexually, if they ever confided in somebody that they felt they could talk to, I have no problem with that. However, What I do have a problem with is it being kept from me. If a teacher said that their job is to institute a good relationship at home, as a father of 3 children, I can tell you right now, and I'm sure that the majority of parents across the country and across the world have the same opinion that, look, the only things that matter to me as a parent is that my child is happy, my child is safe, and my child is secure. And if that means that my kid talks to a teacher that maybe they know that that teacher is gay, and they say, hey, I feel like I'm gay and I don't know how to tell my parents, the teacher's job should be, how can we try to make this student feel comfortable to approach their parents? Or should we maybe call a meeting with the parents and talk to the parents and try to find a middle ground and try to find some way of bridging this gap so that these children can feel safe about the choices they're making? I'm not going to outlaw that abuse doesn't happen in homes and that there isn't the odd parent who says you're not allowed to think that way or be that way, but those actions were going to happen regardless of whether the school intervenes or not. And I think teachers should hold the same premise to children that parents do, that what we want is for the child to feel safe, secure, and happy. And that means a healthy relationship at home as much as possible.
Yeah, those are great points.
Yeah. So, Derek, how can people get your book?
They can currently find it on Amazon. We're just, I think the last time I checked, we were sitting in the number 2 spot. So they can find it over on Amazon. And again, I'll reiterate that the first 30 days of sales, we're taking a portion and donating it to the Child Advocacy Center of Calgary to help abused children. I'm really looking forward to working with them. And I think that this is some of our finest work. I don't know how much gas is left in the tank for Unacceptable Fringe when it goes to books, but if we're getting near the end of our road, well, let me tell you, I think this is our finest work, and people will enjoy this one, and I definitely encourage them to go pick up a copy.
Okay, so let me just find your...
I already bought it.
Oh, I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy it. I really hope everybody enjoys it. We take time to make sure that how we curate our material is trying to be as entertaining as possible. We never try to pass off a quick buck or what I feel is below par, subpar work for people. So I really hope you guys enjoy this one. And I'm looking forward to see what we can do outside of politics.
Okay, so let me just bring the cover back up here again. I have it here. Where did it go? There it is. The Young Person's Guide to Grooming. And you can buy it, what, in...
It is in paperback. I will have
Yeah.
the digital copy uploaded later today. I know Amazon's been a little late on that one, but the digital copy will be available shortly. But it is available currently in paperback. At some point, we may move these books to hardcover. Again, it's the cost to produce, and Amazon's really not in that field right now. So, again, with our books, a lot of people say, how come it's Amazon? Why can't it be another retailer? Well, look at our content. I mean, there really isn't any other publishers that want to touch our content with a 10-foot pole. So unfortunately, if we want to publish books, this seems to be our only avenue right now. And while I disagree with some of the practices of Amazon, it's been a mostly successful partnership so far. And I'm looking forward to keeping you guys entertained.
Yeah, well, I'm really glad that you could take some time and, share the information about this book with us tonight, and also reflect on what we're about to see happen tomorrow. I really appreciate your thoughts on all of that. Is there anything else, Derek, that you'd like to add or think that we might be missing?
Not really. I mean, look, it's been an interesting year since our company took off, and even getting into things like social media and YouTube, and a lot that I've had to learn. I've been mentored by a friend of the channel, Clyde Do Something, and he's been an amazing mentor and friend throughout this whole process. And one thing that he's always iterated is you should always ask questions, and you should always have an open ear to listen to what people have to say. And again, I would really encourage everyone out there, take a page out of Clyde's book and do the same if you're at these protests. Get your point across, but at the same time, listen to what people have to say and really try to take in where they may stand, because what's good for the goose isn't always good for the gander, and it's important that we find a middle ground to stand on and work together. Yeah.
And before you go, tell us how your run for the mayor's chair in Calgary is going.
Well, I mean, it's been a busy process. I've been mostly trying to get, this book out so that I can focus on that, because again, we're about 1.5 to 2 years out from starting a campaign. part of the reason I threw my hat in the ring so early was so that if Jody Gondek was recalled, I was ready and ready to go in the background. But we're gonna start. I'm gonna start focusing a lot more on that campaign now. I've spoken with a lot of people around the city, influential folks that are backing what I'm doing for a campaign, that think that this is the right way to move forward. I'm pro business in Calgary. I think we need to get back to supporting our oil industry. I think we need to get back to unwoke policies that keep the vulnerable safe. I think that, again, I think it's important that one thing our mayor hasn't done that I want to do is have an open door policy and listen to my constituents. People forget that if you're elected into any position, whether it's provincial, federal, municipal, especially in Calgary, a city of 1.6 million people, if I'm elected and given a mandate, I have 1.6 million bosses that I have to listen to, that I have to take into account. And there's certainly nothing you're going to be able to do that's going to make 100% of the people happy. But it's important as a leader, and this message should probably go to Justin Trudeau, that you should listen to what the people that gave you your mandate have to say and take that into account before making your decisions. And I hope to bring some change to Calgary, lower some taxes, and make life more affordable for people.
That's awesome. Liz, any final thoughts or questions?
No, I just want to reiterate that we're meeting at Tecumseh Park tomorrow at 9 a.m. and then there'll be a march at 11. Again, reiterating, remain peaceful. Don't fall for the confrontation. If there's any issues, grab either a police officer or somebody that it has a maybe more level head. And I'm reminding myself of that too, because I can definitely be aggressive. I am an aggressive type, so I have to remind myself of these same very things. We get charged up, we get heated, but at the same time, we're all people here, and we're all trying to just live a happy and successful life. I want to remind everybody that this is about what our children are being taught in schools. The people who organized this event tomorrow in no way, shape or form are against anybody from the LGBTQ community at all. I had somebody from Parents for Parents' Rights reach out to me, and she really hammered that to me, to let people know it has nothing to do with someone's sexual orientation. There are things that are appropriate to be taught in schools. We as parents feel that the things that are being taught in the SOGI curriculum are not appropriate. We don't want them in there. So it has nothing to do with picking on anybody. And in fact, we want to encourage everybody, if there's somebody who lives their life a little bit differently than you, just always be kind. Treat them with kindness. And if you can't say something nice, then just don't say anything at all. So I guess that would be my only thing.
Okay, guys, thank you for
Thank you so much for having me on the show. Great
Thanks
to see
for having
everybody
me
again.
as well.
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you, Derek.
Same here, Liz. Take care tomorrow, and best
Yes,
of luck.
I will. You as well.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Take care. All right, folks, hang on. I'll be right back after this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so I have more, of course, because it's only 7:52, and I have more to talk about tonight. A little bit more to talk about with regard to these marches tomorrow. I have more on the politics side. So stay with me. I'm going to get some stuff queued up, and the conversation will continue. Don't go away.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Fear not the storm, for truth is on our side. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so I just think I'll dip over to Rumble because and just look in the chat because it doesn't filter through right into our system here. So I'm just going to read some of what you guys might have to say here tonight. Let me just scroll up and I'll show you. Actually, I could do this. I will. I'll bring the screen up and show you the chat. There we are. It's on a delay. That's interesting. Okay. So, let's see here. COVID Warrior 77 says parents have better things to do than hate, but effing with their kids and look TF out. Gary says not every union member are down with the leader's agenda, I'm sure, but will remain silent. Magic Moon says some of the union leaders have kids too, so they are calling themselves bigots and racists, etc. H. Whitestone says lots of kids scared to talk to their parents about anything. COVID Warrior again says government vax. Okay, I'm not repeating that. Just sick 11 or something, sexualizing of kids is not sex education. Smokey Sarge says, would your child feel comfortable coming out to you, Derek, after reading your books? Not sure exactly what that means. Well, Tarface says, agree, Whitestone. Gary says, a child understands where babies come from at a young age, all on their own. Kids are smart. Magic Moon. I'm not going to, says FJT is gay. Gary says parents should guide them. Gary says not teachers. Raising Wolf says Gondek needs to crawl back into the hole she came out of. Okay. Mouth says, Whitestone, this is Canada. Nobody has stones to start shit. Oh, H. Whitestone says, there are people looking forward to shite going down. Mm-hmm. Nan of Many says, those people should stay home. Smokey Sarge says, ready to mix it up, Leo? Blah, blah, blah. Well, that's the thing, eh? We have a lot of people out there in the real world and in cyberland, talking about this in those terms, right? It's like, especially since that Union video came out, it's like some people are brewing for a fight, it seems. So I think police are worried about that for sure. And, you know, I didn't get into it with our guests, but we do know, and we've talked about it here, that, and you guys have been talking about it in the chat. For some people, this is seen as kind of a, a major event, right? And some people are saying they've just had enough. And I think, are also looking at that Save the Children convoy, which is another element to this, which seems to have faded away from public view. And it isn't entirely clear if that's even happening anymore. I keep hearing information about it, but not clear to me that that is even, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with it at this point. I will endeavor to find out overnight to see where we're at with it. But not a lot of talk about that Save the Children convoy. Things there have kind of gone dark. I think that's been an area of concern as well. But so I don't think that the response from the authorities is entirely related to the million-person march, not exclusively, because we have that, we have the million-person march, we've had all this talk about this Save the Children convoy with a lot of secrecy surrounding that. We don't know what the dates are, where the destinations are. They're keeping it all a secret, and I think that that's a concern for some people. We then have the First Nations protest up on Parliament Hill happening at this exact same time to protest Bill C-53, which is new legislation that is designed to give new rights and bestow a degree of sovereignty or create new Métis communities in Canada and give these Métis communities the same rights and level of sovereignty as established First Nations communities. And, we can dig into this more maybe tomorrow night if there's time. But that is another major demonstration that's going on at the same time that is, I think, also of concern. And then we showed you that declaration in Canadian Trucking Magazine a little over about a month ago or more, where that declaration is tied into the Save the Children convoy, which is also a direct reference to the demonstration that we're seeing on Parliament Hill, because it basically was a declaration to the federal government that First Nations were asserting sovereignty over a huge portion of land in Ontario, including the entire Ottawa area, as part of a land claim. So it's a land claim thing, and an issue of sovereignty again, and it's kind of complicated. And I do understand it all, and I don't have to get into it all again here tonight, but this is stuff that I've been talking about for many, 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 many months, and it's all funneling into what's going on this week. Now, what exactly is going to happen, I don't know. We only know what we're being told, right? But there are more layers to this than just the protest itself that begins tomorrow in the morning. And we've seen, and we've had some of these other people involved in other elements of what's going on this week, talking about, it isn't just what's going to happen tomorrow morning and through the day tomorrow. They have other things planned, I guess, through the week. So they say. So there's more going on than meets the eye. Or I could say, if you really took the time to look a little bit deeper, because it's all out there, you would, I think, have a greater understanding of why some people are worried about what's going down tomorrow. And then, I don't think that the demonstrators or the organizers of any of these events planned for this week were counting on this major pushback from the major unions in Canada and mobilizing their people for social action in public on the streets, referring to people on the freedom side as fascists. I mean, I can lay it out for you, and I will, maybe, another night. But there's more going on than just this. So, I don't know what will happen. I don't know. I'm praying that everything will remain peaceful. But here we are tonight, trying to, I think, put a positive spin on things, and fair enough. But at the same time, I see people, I'm seeing posts from people who are right upset and jacked up and, well, here, look. Here's one from somebody on the labor side. Somebody named Kyle says, won't be coming because I know I'll end up fighting one of the bigots if I do, and I don't want to drag you all down with me, but good luck. Oh, here, yeah. There it is. Won't be coming because I know I'll end up fighting one of the bigots if I do, and don't want to drag you all down with me, but good luck. What else do we have? We showed you the horses. Now, there's also a video circulating showing light armored vehicles driving through the streets of I'm not sure where. And I'm not even sure if it's authentic. So I'm not going to give that any weight tonight. People send me a lot of things, and people are saying a lot of things. And I'm trying to make sure I'm being very careful about anything that I present to you because I want to make sure it's accurate. I'm seeing stuff presented to me as well that is video from places that are not here, out of date, recycled stuff. So I'm being very careful. But BC's Human Rights Commissioner has come out against everything that's happening tomorrow with these marches. Here's mainstream media report, CTV reporting on this, saying protests and counter-protests for LGBTQ community are being planned across Canada tomorrow, Wednesday. Posters created by a group called 1 Million March for Children say rally participants are standing together against gender ideology in schools, which is a reference to sexual orientation and gender identity programs being taught in BC's public schools. So Sarah Worthman, an LGBTQ advocate who is helping organize at least 63 counter-protests across the country, like this is huge, 63 in Canada, said Canadians need to stand up for the community outside of pride events. She says, allyship is a verb, she said, as she called on supporters to stand in solidarity with LGBTQ folks who have increasingly been the subject of hate and political debate by attending the No Space for Hate events. There's this small but vocal minority of far-right individuals, the quote says, who constantly think they're the majority and that everyone shares their views, Worthman said. She said she hopes the planned counter-protests can help show most Canadians are generally supportive while countering hateful messaging they expect from protesters. says here, quote, doing these small things shows there is social pushback. There is a real danger in all of this. So British Columbia's Human Rights Commissioner, Kesari Govender, called the anti-LGBTQ marches hate-fueled, quote, hate-fueled, and said while peaceful demonstration protects democracy and generates debate, the human rights of the trans and LGBTQ community is, quote, not up for debate. So, two widely differing perspectives on all of this. There is this assurance from someone like Liz, who is participating tomorrow, saying that it's not anti-LGBTQ, S plus, 2 plus, whatever. She's saying, it's about parental rights. It's about school curriculum for her. And I think many of the people around her. But the people on the other side have another view about what they think the other side is fighting for or protesting against or for, or whatever. And so, man, it's like it's cranked right up. And, we've been seeing these protests in the streets. We've been seeing clashes for many months. Not, I wouldn't say it's a healthy situation. Not by any stretch. And so Dana Metcalf is one of the organizers out in Eastern Canada of a big march there. And she's one of the core organizers, I believe, as well. And of course, she has indicated that this is all supposed to be entirely peaceful. But, she's also saying more, especially since the release of that secret Zoom meeting with the union leaders, and has indicated that they are looking at legal aspects of this. There were some posts made focusing on the union leaders encouraging people to show up at these protests and mask up so that their identities are concealed, which actually Dana, obviously receiving some legal counsel, has indicated in a post that that might be considered to be illegal under the criminal code. So they're looking at all aspects, looking for options and ways that they can push back against what the unions are doing, and pushing back in the public information war front with posts like this. CUPE, which is Canadian Union of Public Employees. So they're using that, and they're changing that in this meme to children used for pharmaceutical exploitation. And so it's very clear to me that while for some people the issue is what's being taught in the schools, it goes far beyond that for a lot of others. It's about vaccines, vaccine mandates. It's about the mandatory vaccination of children for them to participate in certain activities or to attend schools in provinces, with real concerns about the welfare and health of children as it relates to those vaccines. And other issues, many other issues. I think that this march tomorrow, for some people, goes beyond just school curriculum and SOGI 123. I know it does, because I'm hearing it. I'm seeing it. And if you think that it's just about that tomorrow, it is officially. But a lot of people are coming out tomorrow and this week for whatever else they might have planned for other reasons as well. They just are. Now, I don't know. This whole Save the Children convoy thing, it seems to have just kind of faded off into the background. So I have no idea if it's even going to happen. It might be happening. It might not be happening. I, at this point, do not know. I do know that some guys with trucks will be showing up tomorrow, and I've seen people asking where they can park safely to attend some of these events, depending on what communities they're going to. But it didn't sound to me like it was like a full-fledged convoy thing coming to any town tomorrow. Police, I know, have been monitoring a lot of things online to try to get a handle on what's going on. They're obviously, of course they are. And if they have the mounted units from Toronto in Ottawa, they must be concerned about something. They're not doing it for nothing. So they're anticipating, or I guess preparing for something. Maybe it's a figment of their imagination, or they're just being overly cautious. And with the way public confidence and trust in policing has been destroyed in this country, of course, people will speculate and draw their own conclusions. I'm sure you all will. And let me see if I can get you the latest here. So, yeah. I'm just looking here, just looking. Okay. So, yeah, so this is the most recent one. I already had this queued up, but I'll bring you this. This is Dana Metcalf's latest post. Very recent, very fresh. Haven't listened to this yet.
With my co-pilot, Esther.
Okay, here we go.
Hi friends, it is Dana here at St. John's, Newfoundland. Well, I'm not exactly in St. John's anymore. I am on the open road with my co-pilot, Esther. Well, actually, I think I'm the co-pilot. We just wanted to pop on here to let you guys know that Newfoundland now has 5 locations for marches across our island. You can find that information on www.1millionmarchforchildren.com. We have Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, Deer Lake, St. John's, and Corner Brook. Yay! This is all really good news. The only thing about Corner Brook is we don't know who organized that one. We did get a copy of a poster for that one. So show up. I'm sure there's going to be somebody there to greet you. We just don't have a direct contact for that. And yeah, so this is really exciting.
We just froze up. We froze up. Hang on. Let's see if we can reestablish. Maybe we have an internet issue. Hang on, let me just pull this down. I'll get it corrected. Odd. Here we go. Let's requeue. Here. There we go. Oh, hang
Some
on.
are bad too.
I didn't have her
I
up.
mean,
I'm sorry.
really, there should be enough.
Stupid internet.
1,000 members, encouraging them to participate. They've also St. John's and Corner Brook. Yay! This is all really good news. The only thing about Corner Brook is we don't know who organized that one. We did get a copy of a poster for that one, so show up. I'm sure there's going to be somebody there to greet you. We just don't have a direct contact for that. And yeah, so this is really exciting. An update as to what is happening with the union situation. So we have been given notice today that the unions have sent out emails to some 130,000 or 180,000 members, encouraging them to participate. They've also reached out to the Legal Aid Commission to kind of recruit them to get on board to come out tomorrow. So I can't stress enough that it is important that we have as many people out at these locations as possible. I have gotten some phone calls where people are like, well, do you know who is going? Of course I don't know everybody who's going. This is the biggest movement that ever happened in Canadian history, to my knowledge. I don't know who's coming, but you need to come. We need to come because it's important that the people that are standing have support of each other, and they may be overwhelmed by Andrew Fury's paid opposition. I think it's important that we have our husbands join us, that you have your everybody, call everybody, take your grandma. It doesn't really matter. Grandma can tell the unions that they're bad too. I mean, really, there should be enough people on there so that nobody's intimidated, and we can show up in peace and unity and show these union people that we will not be intimidated and they will not break the spirit of Newfoundland and our pursuit to protect the rights of our children. So I just wanted to let you know that Newfoundland is waking up. I think this thing that happened with the unions is a gift. This isn't the first time that Newfoundland has seen the unions weaponized by the provincial and federal leaders against its people. You know, we pay them to help us find employment and have insurances and all these other types of things. And we are learning, as people are digging into this across this country, that it's a lot more nefarious we could have even noticed before we seen that video. I know that there's going to be a lot of people that come out. I don't want you to be afraid. I don't want you to be nervous. I want you to come because what we feel inside affects what happens tomorrow. It is hate that brought us here. It is the people that set out to change the future of our children, the people that set out to push this ideology on our kids. You know, kids aren't born sexual. Sorry, we've got some bad weather. Children are born a gender. Those things are important. How you live your life with that gender really doesn't matter. We're not here to define that for anybody. What we're here to tell you is that this plan to push this agenda is not coming from the LGBTQ. It's coming from the government, and it's coming from the government from a place of a nefarious situation. You know, like if I were to tell you, I mean, I'm not no oracle, but when they say they're normalizing MAPS, minor attracted people, you know, when they're saying that that is a normal thing now and we have to identify with their feelings and emotions. And in Toronto, we make exceptions for pride where grown men can have their genitals out in front of children and nobody's arrested for indecent exposure. We're in a time now where teachers in school are engaging our children about sex and sexuality, and I'm not talking about the birds and the bees, and I'm not talking about two mommies. I'm talking about pornography. The governments in this country and across our nation, province to province, is guilty of number one, Article 171, 172, child exploitation, and then exposing our children to inappropriate material. I know, I've seen it. I've seen the slideshow from St. Matthew's School where it says that you can identify as whatever you want. No, you can't identify as whatever you want. Seriously though, I have two female pit bulls at home. They're not making babies. So when somebody says that, you know, a male and a female make babies, that is science. We just came out of a time where it's like, follow science, follow science, follow science. Now we're following science and we're now science deniers. I don't exactly understand how that works. So let's take away all of this confusion for our children, and let's get back to ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. When you have the president of the NLTA gender diversity program that was essentially ran out of Fogo Island, positioned in our government, that says that ABCs and 1, 2, 3s is not what school is about, that it's about a social and political engineering for the future, you have to listen. And you also have to pay attention, because when we listen and we put that stuff out there, the government then sicks the unions on us to intimidate us from saying anything else. The next time you hear somebody say that we're hateful, or that you're hateful, or that you're a bigot, or that you're a racist, give them a dictionary and then tell them to find something where you said any of those things. So yeah, follow the science, don't follow science. Boys are boys, girls are girls. Like, I can't even keep up with this stuff. Some of these things, like, I don't even know what 2SLGBTQA++ means. And people are losing their jobs in this province because they're misidentifying people. We need a crash course in educating these things, right? Like, I don't know what do you know what this means? You know, so it's time that we stand up, because we are losing our rights as parents, and we're losing our rights as people in general. This is something that we can win. If we stay on point and we stay on task, we can win this. We have the power. People think money is power. What do you think? How do you think people survived before they had money? They survived in communities. They fed each other. They nurtured each other. They hunted together. They provided for each other. The power is in the people. We have the power. Forever you've been told that you're insignificant, you don't matter. You put on a suit and tie and you get elected into office, that makes somebody better than you. They're no better than you. These people put their pants on one leg at a time. It is time for us to get back to the foundation of being human. It's time to get back to the foundation of being parents, and to take ourselves out of the hamster wheel where we can be bought and paid for. Do you know that your birth certificate is a bank bond? There's so many things that are happening, and we have to do this one thing, because if we lose our children, there is no point to fighting for the rest of it. I hope you all find the courage to come out.
Okay, so she's saying she hopes that people find the courage to come out tomorrow. You know what else takes courage? Doing what I'm doing, sitting here in public, talking to people. And I have a lot of people who send me information who want to use this platform to get to you guys. And some people come to me and they give me information because they want me to deliver the message for them. And other people use this platform through the chat to recruit people. And I just saw somebody in the chat who was using the chat to convey information about the very thing that I was talking about just moments ago. And I know who it is. And I have great respect for this person. And I would like it very much if this person would have the courage to click on the link and join me live on the program to convey this information, rather than hide in the chat or just stay in the chat to convey this information for an event that they took. You want to promote your event, or promote what the other thing is, one of these other things for this week. You want to talk about that? Then you come on and talk about it. But don't do it in the chat, sort of semi-anonymously. It's not the right place, because this isn't anybody's, this isn't This isn't the place to just come in and recruit people to exploit the chat. This isn't your personal advertising space for whatever plans you have. I'm nobody's fool. I'll put the link up again. It's right there. Let's talk about it. You want to talk about it? Come on the show. Right now. But don't be sending secret messages in my chat, on my channel. Because right now, we have cops on horseback in Ottawa, and a lot of people upset and concerned and jacked up and emotional. And I'm not going to be used. Are you guys getting the picture here? Not me, not my goddamn channel. I'm right here. My face is on the camera. I say things all the time, and I convey truth. I will not be used. Anybody that does that is a goddamn coward. Put your face up. Show people who you are. Come on out. But don't put it on me. And don't put it on my channel. Don't make me responsible for your acts, because I am responsible for this channel. Nobody's going to use this channel in that way. Don't mess with me. I've had enough. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to my viewers. You do not. You got plans? You make your plans. You want to take things to the next level? Go ahead. But you don't come on here and execute your damn plan in the shadows in my chat. My chat. That's right. This is a community, and I take care of my family. I will protect my family. I will protect this channel. I will protect my integrity. And I have the courage to come on here every night to tell the truth. And I did back in Winnipeg. And I've been surrounded by a lot of people who have not been truthful or transparent. And you think I didn't know? I know what's going on, but you're not going to use this as your personal vehicle to execute your plan. I have ethical considerations here. I have sources to protect. But don't back me into a corner. Not like that. You have something to say, you have the courage, and get on here and say it yourself. And I know you're using other people too to deliver a message, a double message to protect your ass. And I know, folks, you don't know what I'm talking about, but you want to know why there are horses with cops on their backs riding around in Ottawa tonight? Because there's more to this story than just a million-person march for parental rights. And I think the majority of you out there know it. But there's a whole lot of, I'm just going to look the other way and pretend there's nothing going on. Don't screw with me anymore. I tire of it. Two-face, doublespeak, lies, deception. And you called me a liar? Some of you folks out there, you know who you are. I don't know what's going to happen. My guess is probably very little on that front. Maybe. Here's Queenie.
Hey, Rick.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm stressed out.
I don't doubt it.
This has not been a very smooth move. We have inside infiltration happening, inciting violence. This is not what we're about. This is not what this was supposed to be about. And now everything's gone awry. And it's all because somebody figured that they should run the show when there's nobody running the show. This isn't about you. This isn't about me. This is about the future of our children and the future of what's supposed to be happening and the indoctrination. And we've had people come in now and totally destroy or try to destroy the movement. They aren't destroying it. We are peaceful people. We are not going in like people are saying with, weapons and animosity and everything. That's not what this was about. We've been busting our asses for months and months and months so that we can bring people together on a peaceful level, because that's what we need and that's what Canada's been built on. And it's just, I don't even know what to say right now at this point.
Well, Queenie, I saw somebody in the chat, and I think you know who I'm talking about, who was posting there with information about the another aspect to all of this, which is exactly what you're sort of alluding to, which is what everybody is really concerned about, and nobody's going to use this platform to do it.
No. And that's why I jumped in, because I saw I had a chat with one of your girls there. And I said to her, because I've been so busy and tired with Pat's thing, and now I'm working on this because that was really hard on me too. Mm-hmm. I'm fat and I'm not able to get around and do my thing, but I worked hard and I'm worn out. And then I've got this clown coming in that we thought we could trust. And he totally turned it all around on us. He's using the native narrative. Now he's jumped on boards with other people, the Nazi flags and Adrian, and that's all inciting violence. And that's what was our problem in the beginning with him. But we tried to put that down so that we can work together and maybe let him loosen up a little bit on his ideas of what he thought he was going to what he thought he was going to pull in this. And then when he didn't like what we were, trying to level him out and calm his tits down and everything, now all of a sudden he turned on all of us. And that's what happened. And now, now we're sitting here dealing with that. We have so many groups coming together, and then we've got that one. And this was his objective from the beginning. And I'm sorry, I knew this, but I thought I would give him the chance, because that man was supposed to be giving me away on my wedding. That's how much I trusted that man. And you can't trust him and you can't follow him. He's all about violence, and this is not violence. That's why we're telling you, you need to be careful going into Toronto and Ottawa tomorrow. If you're going to go, you stand back, and when you start feeling something doesn't feel right, you get the F out of there.
How did we get to this point?
Infiltration. People thinking their egos are better than everybody else's. Well, we stomped that ego out, and now this person's going off on their own, trying to continue to cause shit.
So this is all related to this convoy, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And we saw Shadow Davis make reference to some of these players on a post that he made public the other night. Also concerns about what's going on in his community. I think is he in Winnipeg? I think he's in Winnipeg. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he is. Yeah.
So he's concerned about, that there, making reference to Marcus Ray and that group, which we saw a year ago in the summer with some of, talking about those kinds of plans. And this time around, Queenie, we're hearing them say, we're not backing down. This is it. So, they're determined to go ahead and do whatever they're going to do. And I don't, what do you mean?
No, you cannot listen to those infiltrators. You know that Canada's based on peacefulness. Okay? They're saying, I'm getting attacked on here about where's the guns, Queenie? No, there aren't no freaking guns, you guys. This is not what we came to do. Our children are what matters. And that's what we came to do, to protect them, to talk with the people that are trying to infiltrate in the school systems and everything. We're not about violence. What don't people get about that? And I knew that they were going to do that, but I tried my hardest to, try and turn people's ideas and feelings, and it didn't work. And now we're dealing with it.
So we see that they're planning to go ahead with something. And
they're already stationed there, Rick. Yeah. They're already starting to show up at Commonwealth Park and everything. That's where they're claiming they're going to be meeting up at.
Right.
and so, he can sit there and talk all he wants of who he is. He's not who he portrays to be. Okay? He is not, he is somebody within the Indigenous part of this, because he's Indigenous and he's an elder. But what he's been spitting out to people isn't the truth. He's not as powerful as he thinks he is, because he thinks that he went and rounded up all these natives and they're on his side and blah. No, that's not true. We have talked to them. We have our own thing going. And when the truth is there, that's what people follow. People know in their guts when something doesn't sound right. And for your information, the natives are with us on our side, so that we know that this is about the children. They're not about violence. It's the corporate natives that are about violence. It's the hereditary natives that aren't. And now we've got that problem in the Commonwealth Park. And so that's where we have conflict.
Right, and that's that whole protest that's happening up there that's really supposed to be centered on Bill C-53, which it is.
Yeah, but the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah. And this all really does go back to what we were seeing in Winnipeg, right? And the planning that was taking place out there and the recruitment. And this is the plan that was developed there that is now being, to some degree, executed here in sort of a more elaborate way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't been on much, because it gets really, really hard to deal with. And you know me, I'm a strong-willed person, and I don't like to keep my mouth shut.
Right.
But I have to, because I'm not going to incite my excitement to continue to incite their excitement to cause more division and problems. But we need to get the word out. Gordon, who's been on your channel, or been on your show, he's doing a live right now to explain what's going on.
Sorry, who was it? You were garbled there. Who did you make reference to?
Gordon. who
Oh,
was
yes.
On
Yep.
your thing, we've split up from the Wolverine crowd.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I know that you divided. You'd had a parting of ways about 3 weeks ago or so,
yep,
right? Yeah.
yep. As soon as he was trying to push his narrative so much that people were starting to listen, we had to stop it.
And who is he connected with out there? It is that.
Adrian Thomas
Yeah.
and JD Anderson.
Is he connected to J.D. Anderson? Because he always said that he had issues with J.D. Anderson.
Yeah, but when somebody's looking for power and money, they'll cling on to anybody because he was ousted out of ours.
Yeah. And Adrian, he's aligned with Adrian, even though he publicly denounced the use of that flag. So is that true?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was all about Adrian and JD at the beginning and everything else, and now all of a sudden he's jumped aboard with them. You have to understand that Wolverine was only about money and fame. All he kept saying to me in the year that I've talked to him 7 hours a day, and got as close as I thought I did with him, like he was a father to me, was that, oh, Queenie, our name's going to go down in the history books. Oh, Queenie, this is going to make us and do this and that. No, you know what? And I know he's listening. I'm calling you out, okay? I called you out the first night you tried to take control of everybody at the group. And I'm calling you out now, okay? Because I'm about realism. I'm about the real truth. I'm about what's right for us as people in a peaceful way. And you know that.
And so
I'm just saying, be careful. Be careful because, I know a lot of people are saying, that you're pushing for everybody to not go. But you know what? They're going to make their own minds. All I'm saying from my end and my point is that you need to go in with your back against the wall and watch everything that's going around you, because it's going to be a shit show. And that's the bottom line. And I'm in Alberta, just saying.
Yeah.
I'm not on my way there.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear all of this. I'm very aware.
I'm glad, because I was going to call you because somebody said you put out a hit piece on me yesterday from Carl or something. And I was like, what? He should know where I'm at. I've talked to you, and you always can call me with questions at all.
I haven't mentioned your name in any way. Period.
Then they lied. I wasn't sure.
Never mentioned your name. Haven't mentioned your name in months. Not since the last time you called.
Staying away because this was starting to go this way, Rick. We felt it from the beginning. I knew it from the beginning, but like I said, he would, have some drinks like he always does. And we can't have people that are, have problems, trying to make decisions when they're not even clear-minded.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, it's not, just, if you're going to go, you guys, my advice to you, and I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart, is you can go to be the person standing there, but you stand way, way, way back and you watch from afar, because this is not good. They're already set up out there, and it's not good. And like Maverick told you, it's going to be a clash, and that's exactly what could happen.
And I don't know what's going to happen. I would hope that cooler heads prevail, but I see what the union people are saying. I see what people on the other side are saying. I know what's been going on, and I'm very worried about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because a lot of people say they've just had enough, and the common phrase that I keep hearing is, this time we're not backing down. And then I hear people like, my good friend Ron Clark saying, even delivering a message directly on social media in public, basically telling the cops, this time if you come and use force against us, we're not going to let you beat us. they're saying they're going to fight back.
Well, I don't think he means fight back. What I think he means is we're going to, when it comes down to it, if we have to hold the line, we have to hold the line. And it doesn't mean violence, right? Like, we tried to hold the line in Ottawa and it didn't work, but we also have different ideas, right? Like, we had a plan before all of this came up, and it was none of this infiltration of cops coming, nothing like that, because we've had lots of conversations with cops and stuff, you know what I mean? And they kind of knew what was kind of happening at the point, but it was never violent. Never violent until we had a clash in our inner core of our Pioneer Corps to spread the word and let people make their own decisions about what we were wanting to do with talking to the education minister about how the school stuff is going and that we don't approve of it. That's why the kids were getting pulled out of school tomorrow and everything. And like, even in Red Deer right now, they're already setting up there because of the counter protesting in Red Deer, like a small town of Red Deer. All for what? Because these guys go off and start shooting their mouth off on BS?
Well, I also see social media posts and other efforts being made to make public statements saying that they denounce violence and that they're not have anything to do with it. But then I see that they are involved, some of these folks. And, I also see finger pointing within the movement here now with, people pointing the finger at each other saying, well, it's all their idea, this violence stuff. So I know that, people are going to point the finger at you and say, oh, no, she's lying. It was actually their idea all along. So how do we deal with that?
Yeah, this wasn't our idea. Because first of all, the march is not our thing. That's not the Save the Children. Right? Like, even now, because of all this, now we've had some division with the people that were trying to do Save the Children because of people saying there was going to be violence. And people were trying to bring their children as a show that we care about our children. Well, no, don't now. Do not bring your children because we don't know what's going to happen.
So,
and if that doesn't tell you anything, then I don't know what does.
So maybe I can just kind of get you to give us some final thoughts here, Queenie. Some people are saying that you're a plant. I see in the chat you're just here to try to get people to not go to the event tomorrow.
No, I'm not. It's not that I'm trying not to get them to go, because people are going to make their own minds up. Okay? That's all this is about, is choice. But what I'm trying to tell you is you need to be real careful, because we don't know what's going to happen. This is not to Save the Children. So let's separate that right now. This is the march and the counter protests with the school divisions and everything else. You have to understand that there's also going to be the Josh Alexander protests at a school in Toronto the next day. Then they've got the Natives doing their thing on the 22nd. So there's like a whole bunch of things going on, and they're trying to combine them all. And that's what's causing some issue, because people are thinking, oh, they're trying to overrun this, they're trying to overrun that. No, it's not that. It's now people are getting into that mode like we had in Ottawa, where they run this and they run that and they run this. Nobody runs anything, and they're trying to mix it all, and you can't. You can't mix it all, because they're separate movements and they're separate ideas of what people want to do. But because everybody has combined them, now there's some animosity, and the anger and the violence is starting to be talked about.
Leo joins us now. Leo, welcome.
Welcome, Maverick fans. I'm not hearing, you know what? I don't even know what it's about anymore, Rick. I really don't.
And that's the problem, Mouse.
I got a message from somebody in Toronto that's seen horsebackers and tanks and everything. And I said, well, Downsview Airport has an armored regiment that's stationed there, right? So maybe that's what it is. She says, is there anything going on the 22nd? I said, I hear on this whole week. You mentioned something yesterday about people dressed in white. What was that all about, Rick?
Well, they're just asking people to come out to the march tomorrow to wear something white. That's sort of like their color, right?
No,
That they're
hey, can I correct you?
Sure.
That's for the Save the Children. That's
Yeah.
not the march. It's for the Save the Children. Save the Children, there's no date or anything at this point because of the shit show. So that's it. The white is not, it's the white is a parlay thing or whatever.
Well, actually, Dana Metcalf very specifically asked people to wear white, and there's a post, a post,
but not for this.
It's for the march.
Okay, well then she mixed that up because that's not the march is strictly a total different thing, and it's the Save the Children that's dressing in white with white flags.
See, down here in Windsor too. Okay, I hear a lot of things, and I got quite a few messages from the people that are on the freedom side of the convoy that are taking a step back. They're going to be there, but they're going to take a step back, and they're advising me to take a step back. A step back.
Yeah.
I truly, this is Canada, okay, and this is not Montreal. This is Windsor, Ontario, by the way, okay, where protests happen, okay, and they're non-violent protests. They always have.
That's right.
They always will be. Okay, I'm not hearing anything down here in Windsor. Oh, we're going to burn it down. The police, this and that.
No.
Get going on. Okay, it's a protest. From what I'm hearing, the protest is about Save the Children.
Yep.
Bullshit in the schools. My son's going to school tomorrow, by the way. Yeah, he's in grade 12, and he has to get his damn diploma here, right? So he's not missing tomorrow. He's going to school, and I don't get what's going on. Really, I don't. I'm hearing a lot of different shit, but I'm not hearing anything on the violent side of things, right? I'm hearing the Muslims are taking lead or whatever, right? Because they're more religious, and the government's trying to put this into the schools, okay, and divide the religion and in the indoctrination.
Yeah.
What's going on, right? It's like, I don't know. I really don't.
I don't think you have anything to worry about down there in Windsor, Leo.
I don't think so.
I'm certain you don't. So
right.
I wouldn't worry about it a bit down there. I'm not worried about the folks around me in my town. I think we got some pretty level-headed people here, like Liz. Everything's going to be cool here, but I know there are some hot spots and some targeted areas, and But I'm not on the inside. I just have information that flows that people are becoming aware of, and Queenie is alerting people here tonight. And I think and Queenie, I think you've already we've even heard, if you hear Dana Metcalf telling people to not bring their kids to Toronto and Ottawa, then I think you can draw your own conclusions from that.
I could see if it was just a simple protest to oust the sitting Liberal government.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for, like in the end all. But the chances of that, how our government rolls.
Well, you know how they rule, plain and simple. You just look at what happened in India last week, right? By him getting what's going on, right? So you could see the Sikh or whoever, Punjabi. I don't even get the war that's going on. I know it's been going on forever over here in Canada with Regat Singh and the Air India bombing 30 years ago. Okay, are they going to join the protest tomorrow against Trudeau? Is this against Trudeau, or is this against? What's this against? I don't get it. I'm fucking confused, Rick. I really am.
Oh, there we got Mr. Man in the chat already here talking.
He wants a call in, so I'll put it right there. There's the link. Join the show. We're doing the call in right here, right now, as we do from time to time. It's our video call in. So you can join that way if you want to, Joe.
And so I haven't talked to him pretty much since he left here.
Who's that, Joe?
Yeah, Wolverine.
Wolverine.
So you're welcome to come on and tell us what's what. And we're getting echo. I don't know why. Somebody's microphone. Not sure where it's coming from.
Yep,
There it's
get
gone.
your ass up here, Joe. Face me. Talk to me since we've talked last. You have something to say? Bring it to the fucking table.
Ooh. Who's Joe? Joe, what's Wolverine?
Yes, that's Wolverine. Joseph Nixon is Little Wolverine. He prefers you to call him Little Wolverine because he, that's his name and that's his status that he claims.
Hang on just a second. Call coming in.
Hey, Rick, what the fuck's going on with your show and this bullshit? Why are you fucking attacking me?
Because I'm not attacking you. All I'm saying is if you want to put a message out there about something starting, if you have information about an event, I don't want that chat used as a platform to organize or recruit
I'm not organizing anything, Rick.
Okay.
I've always been straight to the fucking T's. And all this bullshit about me being in line with J.D. Anderson, like, fucking grow the fuck up, people. I'm nothing to do with J.D. Anderson.
Well,
All these fucking wannabe you know what? Give me your fucking number for a live call-in, and I will call in to your fucking show.
You're on right now.
You want to set this shit straight?
Sure.
Because I'm not fucking playing games here.
Okay.
I'm not what these people are portraying. They are the fucking enemy, not me. I step back from the fucking movement because of this shit, and they are taking it out on me as I am the problem, but it's not, it's them. That's why I step back. They're angry at me because I pulled my fucking natives back. So they are without
natives.
Do you remember when me and Gordon sat there in London and talked with you, and we talked about a second wave, a second line coming in to protect these people? Well, I pulled that fucking line back, and they are vulnerable now. So they are the ones that are crying for fucking help. They're trying to make me sound like the enemy, but I'm not.
He's lying.
Okay. I can set up a.
Anderson, fucking grow the fuck up. I've been 2 years after this fucking guy. Why would I give in now?
Wolverine,
I'm still with this. I'm against Bill 53. I'm against everything fucking asthma. I fucking spent my last 2 years of my life battling fucking asthma or asthma and One People's Federation and AIM.
Listen to him. He's fucking drunk.
I found through my level 5 security guy for the military and Michael Wilkinson, Gordon James Perry, Iron Crow, and J.D. Anderson were spotted together in fucking Ottawa. You want the fucking truth? I'll give you the fucking truth. You want to bring anybody to my doorstep? I'll give them the fucking truth. You want to piss me off? Yes, I am hereditary too. The fucking Iroquois Nation. I am a Grand Chief Hereditary. You want to fuck with me? Then fuck with me. But I will tell you this. I will bury you. And anybody that goes against me and the freedom of my fucking people. You want to play games with people like fat-ass 500-pound fucking Queenie who's nothing but a fucking loudmouth? You want to take their word? Yeah. I'm telling you. You don't know who you're fucking with. I represent the dogmen.
See the violence?
I'm bringing them to Canada. They are coming.
Okay.
And I'm talking within the next 3-4 days. They'll be up here. You want to see fucking truth? I'll give you fucking truth. We're going on tomorrow.
Yep.
You want to see it? I'm telling you, you don't know who you, Rick, are fucking with your fucking
now you're gonna
bullshit
go after
that you
Rick.
put on the line tonight. You have crossed the line by accepting these people with their bullshit. I've worked with you for how long, Rick? And you don't have the basis of fucking semblance of what is right and what is wrong?
You're a fucking.
With what I saw tonight,
You're a fucking.
I have lost faith in you. I'm not here. I'm not out there on social media like these people, yipping and yapping and yipping and yapping. So what? I mentioned a few things in your fucking chat about Ottawa.
Yeah.
I've never lied to you. But
Yes,
yet you
you
treat me
have.
like I'm a liar.
You
And I
are.
do not appreciate that.
You fucking
You
are.
don't know who you're fucking with.
Oh yeah.
You have no idea of the power that I bring.
Ooh.
You have no idea. You think you do, but you have no idea who I represent. I represent the 13th fucking grandmother of the Arcarian fucking nation, which is the Noah's Ark Treaty. You are fucking with prophecy.
He's lying.
You. Are you there?
I'm here. I've always had great respect for you.
Well, then why do you disrespect me online?
Have a drink and
You,
get off the
Rick,
phone.
disrespected me.
Oh my
By
God.
listening to these fucking blowhards. I am the one that brought notice of Gordon J. Berry.
I'm the one. I'm the
Talking
one. You
with
are
Mike
the
Wilkinson in Ottawa with J.D. Anderson and Iron Grove beside him. I brought reference to Gordon J. Berry working with J.D. Anderson. The Orange Shirt Movement. Orange representing the 33 Mason. Do your fucking math. With fucking Moose and his Save the Children and his orange shirts. Do the math.
The girl that makes
So,
the shirts is right
Someone
here.
is clearly deceiving me.
I am fucking angry. I
She's
have
the
an
one that
army.
made the shirts.
I do have
She
an
made the
army.
shirts.
And I'm telling you, I have stepped my native people back from this movement because of the violence, because I am peaceful.
He's
I
a
have stepped
liar.
back and ordered all of my people to step back. They have no second wave of protection, and that is why they are angry at me. And that's why 500-pound fucking Queenie is fucking angry at me. And who the fuck is Queenie but a fucking loudmouth fucking cunt? That's all she is. I stepped back from the fucking movement. And Rick, you've never heard me yelling at you before, but I am fucking pissed off.
Somebody's clearly not telling the truth. You have
Well,
is
I am.
okay.
And I will meet you face to face any day to
After you
fucking tell you this.
After
But
you
when you put it on social media like you did tonight, you crushed my fucking line.
What line? You're
I've
lying
been
on the,
honest with you for the last
on the
fucking
table?
year.
you're lying on the
And
table?
this is what I get back in respect for you. Or from you. I am disappointed.
As am I. I
am
never.
not out. No, listen, Rick. You don't see me
No, you
out there on
listen.
social
Listen
media
show.
yipping and yapping like these fucking lugdards. I may have mentioned something in regards to Ottawa. There's 14 LRAD waiting for these people in Toronto. The military is there. The military's in fucking Ottawa too. UN, everything. I have never fucking lied, ever.
He's
All
lying.
these fucking people. Because I stepped back for the last 5 weeks, and I told all these people, go fuck yourselves, because I want nothing to do with JD. As soon as I heard that Gordon James Barry and Iron Crow were spotted in fucking Ottawa with JD Anderson, I stepped back. I left it. I dropped it like a bad fucking habit because I'm about peace and not about violence.
It sounds
He's
like it.
lying.
Then why are you posting in the chat that there's a convoy leaving tomorrow morning at 9:30?
Because of fucking Norman Blanchfield pushing it out at 4 o'clock this morning about the convoy leaving on the 20th.
Oh, now it's a 20th?
Do
Get
your
your facts
math.
straight.
Research
Go-
Norm Blanchfield, Norm from the fucking, what do you call it, the group he's involved with. You know what I'm talking about.
No, because you're drunk.
The Asman group?
Bridges to Freedom, his group. Norm Blanchfield.
Bridges to
He
Freedom.
put a post out this morning. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning when I saw it. And I posted on your chat because it's Bridges of Freedom saying they are leaving
He's drunk,
on the
Maverick.
AM of the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working off the wrong fucking information too. And the
Oh,
reason
but you
why
know
is
it all.
because when I was on Kanesatake, I talked with Norman Blanchfield not once, but fucking twice.
He's talking about you and Norman.
Wow.
I know what the fuck I talk about. I know what I say. And I know what I'm fucking doing.
Nope.
I have not been involved with Save the Children for
Yes,
5
you
fucking weeks. But I sit here and I watch on your show you being derogatory to me.
In fact, I never mentioned your name until other people did.
It doesn't matter. You are implying it.
Oh, whatever, Wolverine.
I've
Shut
been
up. You're
nothing but
drunk.
straightforward with you and truthful, and I am not in league
Listen
with
to him, he's drunk.
Adrian fucking Thomas.
It certainly doesn't make any sense to me that you would be.
And you commenting saying, well, he's been against Adrian and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah?
That's
Well, you
on
know
your
what? You're
side.
fucking wrong. I've never, and I
See,
never
he's
will
drunk.
join forces with anything that goes against the dogmen. I am a representative of the fucking dogmen.
No,
and you know
he's
what?
not.
In the next 3 days, I'm going to have 2 of those dogmen, and one being a war chief on my property here in Ontario. You want to come fucking meet with us?
Yeah.
You want to see how fucking wrong you are?
Yeah.
You want to fucking see the truth?
I do want the truth.
Then get your ass up here when I tell you to, and you'll fucking meet them face to face. And then you'll get the fucking truth. And then you're gonna have to eat your fucking words.
Nope.
Specifically, what words do I have to eat? I have not accused you of anything other than posting
No.
information in the chat.
You sitting here, I was just watching you talking and conversing with Queenie. And I tell you right now, you have disrespected me with your words. You,
Keep watching.
after all of what I have fucking pushed forward to you over this last fucking year or so, you have disrespected me. You don't know who I am. You have no fucking idea. But the world knows who the fuck I am.
Yeah, right.
I deal with the 13th clan mother of the fucking Arcturian fucking nation. And I tell you, you have no idea the level of governance that we bring to this world. And you are fucking up by listening to these fucking pieces of shit out in this fucking so-called freedom community. You don't fucking know who the fuck you're talking to.
Where were the native freedom?
When these dogmen show up on my property,
fuck off.
I hope you're ready for a 4-hour trip up north, because you're coming to my fucking property, and you're gonna meet these motherfuckers, and they're gonna set you fucking straight on who the fuck I am. I ain't no fucking piece of shit that can be talked fucking garbage about online. And the fact that you did this is an utmost disrespect, not only to me, but to the people I represent. And I'll guarantee you, if you think that the Canadian government, the U.S. government, and the global government has any power, you don't fucking know who the fuck we are. You have fucked up, Rick. And you need to come clean with us. And you need to come and apologize to us.
Not a
You
fucking
fucked
chance.
up, Rick. With what I saw you put on this, and I guarantee you I have fucking recorded this. So, I've been nothing but straightforward with you from day one. You have no idea who the fuck I am. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I've been hiding for the last 31 fucking years. It's only coming out in the last week or two who the fuck I really am. And I'm telling you, these fucking people in this community and this fucking freedom movement, they're corrupted. And they're using me as a scapegoat, and you're sucking into their fucking bullshit and their narrative. And I don't fucking appreciate that. I thought we had a better relationship than that, Rick. I met you face to fucking face. I gave you a fucking hug.
Whoa.
Dad, you did everybody.
And you disrespect me by putting this shit online tonight.
Whoa.
He's a goof.
I am not one to be fucked with. I have global diplomatic immunity, so do not fuck with me. And you better retract your fucking words. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. You better retract your fucking words.
Or what will happen?
I will bring down the fucking might of the ICIC and everybody else above that onto you. And trust me, the dogmen are coming to Canada, and you do not want them on your bad side, because they will make sure you pay for your transgressions.
That's
so you better
lie.
retract what you fucking say.
That's a lie.
Because you are wrong, and you are 100% fucking wrong in what you say in regards to these people and the way you reply to their comments and their bullshit. You don't know who you're fucking playing games with. And right now, you're playing games with people that are higher than your regular fucking government. So, end this fucking story on that. I love you, Rick. I've dealt with you for the last fucking year. I've never fucking lied to you once. Ever. And you're sitting here on social media. Oh, well, he's part of JD and fucking blah, blah, blah. You are so fucking wrong, my brother.
Well, you check my words. I did not say that. Queenie said that. And, you know,
agreeing with her, Rick.
I did not necessarily agree with her. In fact, I said just the opposite. You've always had an issue with J.D. Anderson. That's very true. Everything you've ever said to me is you've had issues with J.D. Anderson. I didn't dispute that.
Rick, I've never lied to you in my fucking life.
Yes,
Okay.
I looked you in the fucking eye when I talked with you. I never fucking lied to you. Neither have I lied to anybody across this nation.
Gordy,
Ever. I've always been truthful and from the heart. And the fact that I stepped out and took my natives with me, that's why they're pissed off.
I can understand that. So who do we have to worry about then?
The government going against them. They're going to blow the Nipigon Bridge. They're going to stop the convoy before it even hits.
Oh.
Well,
I know this. I have people all over this globe giving me information, almost on a daily basis.
well, I find it hard to believe the government's going to blow up a bridge.
No, that's why they're upset. They lost their source of information. I'm the one that's been networking for the last fucking 2, 3, 4 years. And these people fucking know it. They lost their source of information. They're running blind, Rick, and they're panicking because now they see that they have stepped into a fucking cauldron that they have no way out. Because I stepped back because of Gordon Chase Berry being in line with Elliot McDavid, the Orange Shirt Movement, which is a Mason 33, everything else included, Crazy Indian Brotherhood, Adrian Thomas saying he's going to fly his flags in the convoy.
True.
I'm the one that's speaking up against all that.
Mm-hmm.
No one else but me. For the last fucking year over, I'm the one that spoke up and got out and put my shit out there.
The chosen one.
I am not in line with Adrian Thomas and never will be.
Well, it is true. Nobody else has called out Adrian on his flag except you and myself.
No shit. But yet all of a sudden everybody's saying, oh, I'm in line with him. Why would I suddenly change?
Mm-hmm.
Now do you understand my anger?
I do, sir. I understand why you're upset.
I'm pissed. Like I'm seriously fucking pissed.
Well, I don't think you should be quite as angry as you are. I understand, but I think you're mishearing what was said and who was saying it. Just because somebody comes on the program and says something does not
her to say this on fucking line, and you allowed her to say her voice when you should have known better after all of our conversations, all of them. And I'm not just talking our brief conversations, but our hour-long conversations over this topic of Asman and One People's Federation and AIM and every fucking buddy else. You should know my outlook on this. But yet, no, you let her say what she had to say and use my fucking name.
I have no control over what other people say.
You could have cut her off and shut her up, but you didn't.
We could cut you off and shut you up, too.
And because of that, just like these police that are going to sit there and rough trot them, oh, I'm just doing my job, you're on the same principle right now. You're just letting, do your job and let her speak. There's no excuse for that, Rick. You let her.
She's on live. What am I supposed to do? I can't turn the hands of time backward. She's going to say what she's going to say when I put somebody on live. Leo comes on live and he just says what he says too. If you come on live, you say what you say. I can't preempt. I can't pre-think what you're going to think and shut people off before they say it. There's no delay on the show.
I could play this thing back for you, and you know, you're feeding
Control.
her, you're asking her questions to keep the information going. You are just as guilty and complacent as her.
Nah.
I love you, my brother. Don't get me wrong. I love you, but you should have had my back better than that.
I've had your back all along, and I, believe it or not,
So
still
what
do.
are you saying? You don't have my back no more?
I absolutely do, and I think that everything you've just said here falls right into line with everything you've told me before, actually.
I am fucking angry.
Yeah.
I am seriously fucking angry.
And you're drunk.
People don't know how angry I am right now.
Ooh.
The only thing saving this world is that I follow the Great League of Peace and the Great Law. That is the only thing saving them.
Yeah.
No.
So what are we why who do I have to worry about tomorrow or this week? What's the problem? What's going down?
Nothing.
When this convoy leaves BC, Alberta on the morning of the 20th, and they go into Toronto, they're going into Toronto a few days after what goes on with the Metis chiefs in Ottawa. What's going to happen is that civil war is erupting.
Oh my
And
God.
I'm telling you, that is exactly what's going to happen.
Oh my God.
And the reason being is, number one, the convoy coming in and the convoy from the east coming into Ottawa have no second line of defense. Because I have pulled the natives out of the spectrum. I have
He's
pulled
lying.
back
He's
because
lying.
of J.D. Anderson's
I got it.
input within the movement. J.D. Anderson, along with the Trudeau government, and all of the fucking labor board all across this country are going in against this movement because they want it to turn violent so it causes a civil war. That is exactly what's happening right now. I have pulled out. As of 5 weeks ago, I pulled out.
Yeah.
And that is why we got this fucking fat-ass fucking cunt that needs her fucking guts ripped out from her.
See, you're
Using
seeing
my
it.
name on social media and your platform. You're sitting there talking about people using your platform. Well, she fucking used you. And I'm upset because you allowed her to use my fucking name. I have a good name among the people I deal with.
He's
I
lying.
deal with a higher power compared to the lower power that they are on.
He's lying.
I'm dealing with the dogmen. I'm dealing with the people that mean what
No,
is
he's
right
not.
in this fucking world. With the
No, he's
power
not.
that we have in this world. These people are nothing. They're fucking lowlifes.
Oh.
Queenie is just a 500-pound fucking piece of shit. She can't even clean her own ass crack. She's got to wear Depends in order to shit and fart and do whatever she needs to do. I left these people in the dust, and they're
He's
upset
lying.
about it because I do not respect the ground they walk on because they've proven to be traitors to their own cause. Gordon was, let me just say, Gordon has been infiltrated within me from day one in order to get my contacts and my information on people that I've been dealing with and networking with for the last fucking 2 years.
He's lying.
When he figured he had enough of my contacts, he decided to go behind my fucking back.
He's
Even the
lying.
leadership here in Ontario has stepped back from Gordon James Berry.
He's
Because of
lying.
this fact.
He's
And if you
fucking
need proof
lying.
of that, Amanda Lewis, get hold of her. She'll tell you herself because she was the leader of Ontario. And she'll tell you how Gordon James Berry went behind our backs and started doing fucking meetings with Asman.
He's such a liar.
So you tell me who the fuck J.D. Anderson is and how he's implemented into this fucking movement. I can bring truth too, Rick. And then I sit here and I view this tonight. I'm going to ask you something, Rick. I want you to delete that from your fucking profile. Delete it off your fucking pages. I
Nope.
don't want this being pushed around because it's untruthful.
You're live, you asshole, and you don't know.
You want me to take what down? The whole show?
The whole show, do not put it back up. Because
Yes,
it's
Magic
untruthful.
Moon.
And if
Yes,
you
Magic
do
Moon.
fucking keep it up, then you're just as guilty as them.
See, it's coming out. He's violent.
It's
Laugh all you want.
I'm not laughing. I'm flabbergasted. I have a
I'm
live show.
flabbergasted that you even fucking let this shit go.
Tell him you're live. See how that
I
goes.
thought we had, I thought you knew me, Rick.
No.
I thought we knew
I
each
don't
other
give a
too.
fuck what everybody else says. I really don't. Between me and you,
Hmm.
I thought we had an understanding about shit. But obviously, you know what? Maybe I should pay more attention to what some of your previous fucking chat fucking heads were saying. Maybe there is something wrong about you.
Oh, now you're going to talk him again.
That's what I'm thinking.
See what I mean, Rick?
But you know what, Rick? When it all comes down to it and first law is reasserted, and we do get our fucking way, because right now I'm sitting back waiting for this freedom movement to shoot themselves in the foot so I can rise from the ashes and bring back forward what I need to do. And I am working in the background of this process of doing this. And when that happens, do you realize the complacency of all this shit? Everybody is going to be dealt with in regards to however they dealt with this and their complacency with it. So,
Which is
regardless,
violent.
I don't care what you do from this day forward. I really fucking don't. Because you've already, as far as I'm concerned, proven your stance tonight. All I'm saying is, I'm disappointed in you, Rick. Because I thought I had more faith in you, Rick. And you know what? You've lost a very valued fucking asset here.
Well,
If you, listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now. If you play, and I am recording this just so I know, just so you know, I'm recording this on my phone.
Tell him you're
This
live.
little piece of conversation I'm going to have with you right here, right now. If you play that video that Gordon and I did, I will sue the fucking ass off you.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Do not play that video.
Oh, because you run the show, right, Wolverine? Because you're a fucking
Do
clown?
not do it, Rick. I'm
Tell
asking
him
you
you're
as a
right.
friend first. Do not do this, or we will come after you legally. You have been warned and forewarned. And today's date is September 19th.
Why are you letting him say
Why are
this?
you worried about me playing that video?
9:12 at night.
What's the issue with the video? Why do you want me to not play the video?
Because I want no piece to do with this fucking convoy. I want no piece to do with Gordon J. Because I do not put my voice to their movement. Because they are nothing but
He's
villains.
a liar!
They have CIB, AIM, J.D. Anderson, and all kinds of other people on board in regards to violence. They are going there looking for violence.
He's
You think
lying.
it's going to be, all, kosher and, fucking, peace, love, and harmony? I guarantee you, if you were to search every fucking vehicle, do you know how many guns you would fucking find? How many clubs and how many fucking knives and everything else you'll find violence-wise, weapon-wise within their vehicles? I guarantee you,
He's
they
fucking
are coming
lying.
for violence because they're ready for war.
He's fucking lying.
Because J.D. Anderson is involved with that. Look at
He's a
the
drunk.
orange shirts alone.
I've seen no evidence that J.D. Anderson is behind anything that you've said.
Well, then you know what? You're just as blind as the rest of them. And that goes to show that I'm on a whole fucking different level of understanding and also a whole different level of governance in regards to what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to, and when I say governance, I'm talking different levels of security. So, yes, I can understand that you being blind to that. Just like 90% of the rest of the fucking convoy is blind to that. Do you know that Pat King has 26 fucking border crossings right now that he's gonna fucking take over? Do you realize that they are gonna stop at nothing to get what they want?
Maverick, tell him you're live with him and that this is being
how can
Have you been informed of Pat King and his 26 fucking border crossings?
He's lying.
Well, I don't think even if that's true, there's no way he has the resources to do anything like that.
He's
got over
lying.
3,000 fucking 3%ers in the fucking, what the fuck you call them, something of Odin, I forget what they're called.
Soldiers of Odin,
Yeah, Soldiers of Odin or whatever.
a white supremacist
They're all
group.
involved. 26 different locations across the border. And do you think it's going to be peaceful? No. Do you think Pat King is, going to, sit back and, do nothing? Well, I'm telling you right now, Queenie is Pat King's #1 fucking right-hand fucking fat-ass cunt. Right? I'll tell you right now.
He's live.
And with her running around with Gordon, and I'm telling you, Rick.
Tell him he's live.
I'm sitting back. I separated myself from them because of this shit.
He's lying.
I wanted no piece of what they're doing.
He's
Well,
fucking
I'm gonna sit
lying.
back and watch them shoot themselves in the foot. When they go to Toronto thinking they're going to do what they're doing, when they go to Ottawa thinking they're going to do what they're doing, I'm going to sit back with my popcorn in my lap
Yeah.
and watch the shit show, knowing that with what I'm doing, I'm going to be the phoenix coming out of the fucking ashes. But I'm going to be doing it with the proper people, with proper diplomatic immunity, and I'm not talking just Canadian, but global.
He's
and also
lying.
the 13th fucking Arcturian clan mother on our
He's
side.
fucking lying, man. I can't handle this.
People
Why are
have
you
no
doing this?
idea who the fuck I am in
What
regards to
other
all
Wolverine?
this.
You're nobody.
I am the
You're
magnet
nobody.
that is bringing these powerful people together.
He's
And that
lying.
is exactly what I've been doing. And that
He's
is exactly what I am doing.
He's lying.
You want to meet the dogmen? When they get here, I'll call you, Rick, and you come up and you fucking talk to them. And then you'll see just how serious we are.
He's lying.
You
It's
want
not
the truth?
true.
You want to be a journalist? I'll fucking introduce you to the proper fucking story.
Nope.
Seriously. You want to play around with this wannabe so-called freedom movement? Be my guest. But excuse me from your life then. But if you want to get on board with the true fucking shit that's going on, then come up and see the dogmen when they get here.
He's lying.
Yeah.
I'm talking Thomas Whitefeather and his fucking dad, Thomas
He's lying.
Kimbrose.
He told me Thomas
They'll be
left
up here in
him.
the next 3-4 days.
He's lying.
Yeah, well, I did see the Zoom meeting that you had with Thomas Whitefeather and his father, the dogmen. I did see that. It was sent to me.
Yeah, when they were working
Well, I'm
together,
telling you, they're
but
on their
recently
way
he's
up
been
here.
kicked out.
Mm-hmm.
Why
And it
don't you
was
The
call
reason
Whitefeather?
why they're on their way up here is because
No, they're
me,
not. No,
I
they're
hold
not.
the Eastern
He's
Gate,
lying.
and they know it.
He's lying.
Through my lineage, I hold the Eastern Gate.
Oh, the womp.
And I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. But I'll
He's
tell you
lying.
right now,
He's fucking
these
lying, man.
settlers and these wannabe fucking people running this fucking convoy and all this shit,
Why are you
all
allowing
part of
this?
the fucking theater, brother. Think about it. It's all part of the theater. And you're being played. And you're being played by people like Queenie, of all things. Nothing but a 500-pound fucking piece of shit. Look at her past videos where she got arrested. Oh, I'm common law. I'm First Nations. She doesn't even know how to direct herself. And
He's
you're
the one that
listening
told me to act like that.
idiocy. And you're putting it on your lives. So
Yeah,
the
you're
world
right.
sees it. Making me look like a fucking idiot. I don't
Because you are.
appreciate that. And that's
You're
all I'm
fucking
saying.
rude.
You are stepping out of line by allowing this to happen.
See him trying to
I
control
thought
you?
we knew each other better than that, Rick. I've never lied to you ever once in my fucking
Yes,
lifetime.
he has.
I've never lied to you once. I've shared with you the information I've gotten. I've been fully 100% transparency with you.
No, he hasn't. He
But yet
shared
I
with you that
see
he
you
was
question
you to
me.
jump on him with.
With her tonight. That is why I'm calling you, because
Except that you have been associating with and collaborating with some of these people that you're actually calling out tonight. And you met these people out west during your travel across the country with Gordon.
who?
You
Who are you talking
oh
about?
you met them all. You've
He stayed with me for a month.
you were out
That's
there
how
with
I know
Queenie. You went you met what's his face there? Moose. You
Yeah, for a fucking gun.
you've
Yeah, I met with Moose,
Yeah.
so we should come
Why?
up to
Ask him
Convoy.
why.
yeah.
Ask him why. Ask him why.
Because you
he
were all
met
working on that the whole group out there, all of them, the very
Yeah.
people.
Well, at first it was a generic and an honorable fucking thing. We were trying to make a change. Honestly, trying to do something.
No, he wasn't.
How are you
No, he
saying that
wasn't.
this is derogatory in any way? Who else have I met with that you're referring to?
Well, the very people that we were talking
Not
about back
just
in Winnipeg.
rain, let's go
You
on.
were out there associating with all of them.
You want
It's
me to
not
go
just
on?
that, Rick. You see, with me being a believer of the great law and the first law,
Yeah.
regardless whether you're my enemy or not, I have to look at that 1% within you that could be salvageable. So I need to work with that. Do you know how many meetings I had out there out west? And I'm being honest here. Do
now
you
you
realize how many people within
You
those
just
meetings
said no. You just
I
said no.
knew were Asman? I knew were from the other side. Gordon knew it too.
Yeah.
Sort of crazy.
And the Asman
But
thing,
we
that's
were
all
in
about the
there to
Métis
give
thing.
our
That's all
fucking
about,
message.
it's all the Métis issue. That's what Asman is all about. And I understand
But
that.
listen, how come it's just based on me now? And why aren't you asking Gordon the same fucking question?
Oh,
Queenie.
I will be happy to do that. And, you know, she's...
You know why?
Yeah.
Because I believe there's a good fucking portion in every single person. But
He's a liar.
it doesn't mean I'm in bed with them.
You know what else really concerned me was some information that, you know, became apparent when you were on that trip out west. It was like every community that you and Gordon visited, just prior to you getting there, it seemed like fires broke out around those communities.
Yep.
That really, really concerned me. And it still does to this day. And with all the arson going on, it's very odd.
He's a liar.
So what are you saying?
You may recall I asked you who knew that you guys were coming before you guys got there.
I'll tell you one
Right?
thing right now. Gordon James Berry was spotted with our level 5 security military guy in Ottawa. His name is Mike Wilkinson. Michael Wilkinson. And when Gordon James Berry showed up in his driveway, he was in the
Well,
company of J.D. Anderson and Iron Crow. Now,
He's
I
dogging
will say this. I was
saying that the
making
cops
it
were
very
following
clear
Gordon here, and that's why the
to
fire
the
was
people
started.
within our fucking circle at that time that I planned on going out to speak with a Chicolton and to a Sweeten, which is around just north of Chase, British Columbia. And
He's
about
lying.
2-3 weeks later, that's where the fires all started. And then there was knowledge given to Gordon James Berry that I needed to go to Yellowknife to go speak with some Inuit and some Eskimos. Second-rate natives, so to speak, of this Turtle Island. So, yes, I am in agreement with you that it is fishy how fires did start out in the areas that me, Wolverine, needed to go talk to these people. Not Gordon James Berry, but me.
Oh.
Who was the common denominator in that vehicle 24/7 on his phone?
well,
Gordon James Berry.
I don't know that it was Gordon. I certainly don't think it was you. But I think people knew you were coming. And I think it's just a bit of a coincidence, isn't it, that these fires were breaking out just prior to your arrival. And as I look for motivation and, you know, who might start these fires, we see a lot of people saying it's climate activists, but, you know, there might be other people who have objectives as well, right?
It's not. There's a whole different story in regards to why some of these fires were started. But a lot of people would say, oh, that's just conspiracy theory, but it's not. The reason why is because in a lot of those mountain ranges, a lot of them caverns and, you know, deep state fucking bunkers were blowing up with, low-yield nuclears, and they caused cracks and fissures that gave a lot of people radiation burns and radiation sickness, and they had to mask it with a fire. So there are some principles on that, and my 13th clan mother, Realistic Donald, can fucking attribute to that. But all I'm saying is this. I am dealing with a global
No, he's not.
response in regards to a lot of this shit. And the reason why I step back is because I've stepped up.
He's
and I'm going to tell
lying.
you right now, Rick, stop with this shit with Queenie and her bullshit and keep my name off your fucking shit, okay? Seriously, do it.
So
I'm
nice,
asking you
right?
to, as a friend.
You're so nice,
okay?
and you're
I
not
don't want to
buying.
have to ask you again. Please keep my name out of your fucking programs because you are wrong with me. You don't have an understanding. Now, when these dogmen get up here, I will gladly allow you an interview with them, and they can bring you up to fucking speed on just how serious this shit is and where we stand.
They're
but
not
we are
coming.
not what Queenie and you tried to portray me to be on your fucking show tonight. You are so 1,000% wrong in regards to what was said. And I need you to retract and take that fucking program off. And do not post it. Otherwise,
why are you allowing him
I
to
will
tell you
allow
what to
the
do?
dogmen to do what they need to do with you legally and globally to deal with this. And that is not a promise. That's a fucking straight up fucking truth. Okay? Because you are playing with fire right now.
He's such
All
a
right?
liar.
Seriously, I love you, my brother. I really do.
Oh, yeah,
I
you
wouldn't have
love
been dealing
him.
with you for this last
You
fucking
love
year
him.
if I didn't trust you.
You love him, right?
And of all fucking people, you should be trusting me right now.
No.
I've never told you the fucking wrong. Ever. But yet you're buying into this fucking crap and this bullshit. You hurt me. You really did. You hurt me as a friend tonight. Listening to this shit. I'm asking you.
No, you're
retract
telling
it.
him.
Pull it back.
Fuck
I
you,
haven't-
The truth to what that fucking cunt said.
I have not
you,
accused
Avery.
you of anything.
No.
Queenie's words are Queenie's words. She is responsible for her. I'm responsible for me. She calls into the show like many, many other people. They say what they are going to say. In fact, you called into the show one of the very first times you ever called in, and you said something about another person that got them upset with me, and they used that as an excuse to come after me and attack me ruthlessly for quite a long time. And a lot of that material is still up, and that's because of a call that you made criticizing somebody else that I was held responsible for. So, you know, I didn't ask you to retract what you said at the time, and I'm not even upset about it. It just is what it
All I can
is.
say is this, Rick. If I go on to your sites tomorrow and I see that uploaded,
Here comes a threat.
I'm sorry to say, but you've made your
You're
bed.
sorry?
That's all I gotta say.
You're
Because
sorry, you
will be
fucking goof?
dealt with legally, and I mean legally. You will be dealt with, and it won't be done by me. It will be done on a global stage with a government that supersedes Canadian government. You are fucking with a global entity now, and not just a provincial or Canadian. You're dealing with world government shit now. And I guarantee you, you want to take this down. I'm giving you a final warning, Rick. Take it the fuck down, because you are spelling mistruths with that have said. And the fact of the matter is, they said my name. End of story. Take it for what it is. Believe it or not. But I will say this. I will give you 24 hours to retract it from the internet. If it's up past 24 hours, then you're going to have global shit on your ass and not just Canadian. And if you think I'm fucking joking, you don't know who the fuck you're dealing with right now.
Okay, well, I'll take that under advisement.
I am being serious right now, Rick. I love you like a brother. I don't want to say these things, but fucking listen to me, Rick. I'm being a friend here. I'm talking to you. You are wrong. You don't know what you're fucking doing in regards to this.
Go do another line and drink some more beer.
I don't come across evidence every day for nothing. Because I got the best of the best working with me.
He's lying.
And you're fucking playing games when we should be focused on other shit.
I'm going to sit here and listen to this. Now I gotta deal with
this shit.
Well, I appreciate you calling into the show and setting me straight. Is there anything else you want to let me know tonight?
All I gotta say is, Rick, please listen to my words.
Don't.
Seriously. And one other thing I want to say, do not play that video unless you have taken my name, my face, and my voice out of it that me and Gordon did with you.
Doesn't leave any video. If I play the video with no face and no voice, and there's no video, so I guess you don't want me to play it.
Then you know what? Don't play the video.
What's the issue with the video? You didn't say anything in the video that was...
Because I have nothing to fucking do with that movement anymore.
I understand, sure. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. I got you.
I have no respect for that movement because what they portrayed me as being is exactly what they are.
Letting him drunk
you don't see the manipulation that they are doing for you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
I step back because of the interaction with J.D. Anderson and their orange shirt fucking movement.
Yeah. Well, listen, sir,
If you can't see that, then you know what? I'm talking to a brick wall.
Well, listen,
do what you gotta do what you gotta do, and I will do what I have to do.
Well, let me state this.
But just let me advise you this, Rick.
Yeah.
I see everything, I witness everything, and I tabulate everything. And I am working with the people that supersede the government of this country. So, you make your choice. Do you want to make an enemy of me, or do you want to maintain my friendship? That's all I'm going to leave you with. So,
good.
You make your own choice, because I'm not here to tell you. I'm here to ask you to make your own choice. Make your choice. I'll give you 24 hours.
Ooh.
That's
At that point, you'll be dealing with a global government and not just me. That's all I got to say. Have a good night. I love you, brother. All I can say is thank you for all the work we've done in the last year, but that should be food for thought, because I have not led you wrong, even in regards to Asman and all that shit. I've never led you wrong, even with your own research and Matt and everybody else. I was always on the up and up. You have 24 hours to make your decision. I will check your pages in 24 hours from, well, it's 9:35. I will check your pages at 9:35 tomorrow night and see where it's at. If I see these things uploaded, then I'm going to leave it in the hands of the dogman. And Karen Lissick McDonald and her government officials. Because that's who I work with now. I'm on a global stage.
No, he's not.
I'm not on just Turtle Island. So,
he's not. He's lying.
Your choice to make.
Get rid of the drunk, okay?
Either you're a friend or you're an enemy.
Right.
It just comes down to that.
Well,
you make your own choice. You have 24 hours to decide.
You also have you also have a choice to make, and that is you can continue to make me your friend or not, and it's that simple. And there's no threat, no threat coming back from me, sir. You know, you and I have had a good relationship. I have great respect for you. Your statements tonight have been thorough in disassociating yourself from everything that these folks have done. You've made your statement very clearly. I understand it, and I respect it. And people can draw their own conclusions, I guess. But you know, you and I, we can still be friends. And I don't want you to misinterpret what has happened tonight in any way, because I've not accused you of anything. And it's unfortunate, I guess, that you feel the way you do and that this has unfolded the way that it has. But as far as I'm concerned, you are still my friend, and I do respect you, and I do love you. I do care about you. I truly do.
Fucking show from tonight, because that is...
See, he's trying to follow you because you told him you were his
It
friend.
looked like to me that you were in collusion with these people.
Yeah,
and
see? Fuck,
just
what
the way you responded and reciprocated them and drew more information out of them, it shows that you were in collusion with them.
No, I'm not.
No.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
I've screen recorded your show.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to send that forward to the dogmen. I'm going to let them discern on what needs to be done.
That's fair.
You had 24 hours to take it down.
He's a fucking loser.
You're going to be dealing with the dogmen and the global entities because you are wrong by keeping this up online, because it is a mistruth. It's not truthful.
Okay. Well, it's out there. It's one way or another. It's out there. It's already out there. It's already on social media. This is all live. Like the show is all live. It's out. It's out. It's out. I don't even know who would make recordings of it. And beyond this, it's already out.
Recordings of it. I want you to take it down. And I don't want that video that Gordon and I did put out.
Okay. Well, there's nothing really incriminating in the video that you and I shot with Gordon, but I understand how you don't want to be associated with it. So, you know, I totally get why you don't want it seen.
That's fucked up.
For that reason.
I'm a peaceful man. I'm not that violent, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He is pulling the wool over people's eyes with his
he's not.
Self-proclaiming peaceful protest.
Unfucking real, man.
But I'll tell you right now, CIB, AIM under Larry Bird.
Here we go.
You got Golden Wolf.
Well.
You got Rudy Bruce. You got what the fuck's his name? Apollo Tabor. You got all these people coming in this convoy. You think it's going to be fucking peaceful? You don't think that they're not out for violence? And the fact that I pulled my natives back, they have no second wave.
Yeah.
Even the Guardians in BC have been pulled back because of me. So they're minus 25,000 strong. They are on their own, and they know it. That is why they are scrambling right now.
He's lying.
I pulled my shit back.
He's lying.
Because of the violence and the infiltration.
He's fucking lying.
That is why they are angry at me and blaming me for all kinds of shit when they have no truth to it. And when I see people like yourself being used by them, it upsets me. And this is why I am speaking with you.
I appreciate it.
Unreal.
I've always been truthful with you, Rick. Always.
Like a fucking drunk,
and
Rick.
I don't like seeing questionability to that because of our past relationship. And I will tell you right now, Matt the Unceded is also in my corner. He is with me 1,000% on everything I do.
Okay.
As one of my researchers.
Shut up! You're lying!
I'm telling you, it's...
No, you're not. You're not.
I don't like saying that. I'm not telling you.
Oh, now
I
you're
take
not
those
telling
words
me,
back.
right?
I'm asking you
Liar.
to look into yourself and really feel me for what I'm saying. Because I wouldn't be taking even the time of the day to be speaking to people like Queenie or Gordon like I am with you now. And that should tell you something too. I respect you, I always have.
No,
that's why I've always brought things to you. And if you can't respect that for what it's worth, then we're just wasting our fucking breath here.
You're wasting everybody's time, and that's why we ousted you, you fucking goof.
Well, I appreciate you calling and sharing the information.
And you know what? If you really want to, you can give Queenie a phone call. And you can let her know that when you, me, Queenie, and Pat King did our little Google Meet.
I wouldn't talk about that if I were you.
Yeah, like, why are you
No, listen. I took some fucking screenshots.
Let's hang up. You are letting stuff out you shouldn't be.
CMB.
Fucking real, Rich. Unfucking real.
I am protected, but he's not. And he will end up in jail over fucking night if I so choose it. So you can contact her and tell her to shut her fucking yap.
Okay, I advise you to stop talking. It would be very wise for you to just stop talking.
Yeah, and why is that, Rick?
Because you don't want people to hear that.
Oh, I really don't fucking care at this point because I'm pissed off.
Yeah.
Tell him you're fucking live, Rick.
But like I say, I have the screenshots.
Yeah.
So do I.
And it's very easy to get an email for Red Deer RCMP.
Oh my God!
I don't fucking care at this point. Tell her and call her up and tell her to shut her fucking yap. And just so you know, within the next hour, I will send you a picture to show you I have that evidence.
Now you're going to be in trouble, Rick. I hope you realize that. Hang up on him now.
And you
Fucking Rick! What are you doing? The fuck are you
Check your
doing?
pages. You got 24 hours to retract it.
Rick, get him off the fucking show!
I'm not asking you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
Have a good
warning. Oh boy.
Rick! How dare you allow that? He's lying and you know it! He's a drunk! You didn't tell him we were live!
Yes, I did.
And you let him attack and say threats! How can you do that?
I did not do that.
You had him on there after me sitting here for an hour telling you he's lying and now he's threatening you. How did you allow him to threaten you like that?
He's going to say what he's going to say. I can't control other people.
He can forward all he fucking wants. Now I'll be forwarding this. And I'm not crying on you because of you. I'm crying on you because you allowed somebody to fuck over somebody else on your show. And you're gonna listen to some fucking loser that's drunk? You couldn't tell he was fucking drunk. I know who that is. I know what he's about. I know everything. I know he's a drunk. He's been stealing money from us. He did not get kicked out. He fucking got kicked out. Because you can tell he's fucking violent. I can't believe you just allowed that. You allowed a drunk to steal for over an hour. Bullshit and lies.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
All of it?
Yeah, it is all of it. You want me to get straight and tell you the real story now? You want me to expose everything that you allowed him to?
Set it straight. Go ahead.
I've been talking to Wolverine since fucking 9/11. Okay? Every day. Dealing with him trying to act like he just did to you. Trying to control the narrative. Oh, I'm not telling you what to do and then it's drunk, so you better fucking remove that video. I have been abused by him emotionally and mentally for the last while. Because all his words at the beginning seemed so legit and true. And they're not. He's got no goal. And those natives are not coming up here. That's all bullshit. I connected you with him. Because I thought he'd be able to work on the Asman thing. And then he goes out and fucking says all that shit. He's a drunk. He came to my house for a month. Never did fuck all. Tried to get everybody that we had collected together to try and fucking be the man. That he's the one. That he is the one that did this. I got into a fight with him the first night he stayed in my house. Because he tried to take control. And then he ousted me because I'm too opinionated. Well, little did he know that his little device fell apart. And he's lying about them being connected with J.D. Anderson. That's what started this all, because Candace Hill came out and fucking wrote a list of all these people that are infiltrators, Elliot and Gordon and everything. He left my name out of it because he knew better. He knew I knew him like the back of my hand. He abuses his wife. I don't know what he does to his kid.
Well, I think you should be careful about throwing accusations like that around because that's slanderous.
No, it's not, because I know it and I have proof. He wants to go out and sit there and say shit like that. Then I'll let the dog out of the fucking bag. How can you sit there and say, oh, I'm your friend, but you're going to threaten me with the dog man? That isn't true. He is not associated with them. He was at one time, and then they ousted him, and then all of a sudden he would go off on this tangent. Do you realize that we had Save the Children long before this? That we were working on this with the states? With fucking Vince Saban? And because Vince Saban fucking said something wrong, Wolverine went off. And I'm out of this. I'm not doing this. As soon as anybody comes in with a strong personal opinion or idea that doesn't align with him, he runs. You don't know what I put up with and what we put up as a group with him. Every night drinking 4 fucking crowns and cokes, those tall cans, and a 2-6 of liquor. And whatever else he was doing in my fucking camper. And you're gonna sit and listen to somebody like that? And it's your friend because you're scared he's gonna get somebody after he's a nobody.
Well, I do care about him. And he has been a friend. And he's upset.
Because you're not going to his narrative. That's why. Did you not listen to that whole hour he spilled shit over and over? Telling you how to fucking run your shit. Telling you what to do. Telling you that you better be careful because the dog will be dealing with you. That's a threat. That's violence. What don't you see?
Well, people have threatened me before. They will again.
But it's telling you that I'm not lying. I told you how to be honest with you. I put all my money towards this. And he went and robbed us of money. He's going around telling everybody, I did this, I did that. He did fuck all. He was a pain in the ass. If somebody he's going after Pat because Pat wouldn't allow him to take fucking control of any of our conversations. And we didn't even conversate that much. Because he's not a part of it. We were trying to work on Pat's rodeo. But as soon as fucking, anybody that has any control or tries to voice their opinion, he attacks them. And he leaves the first day. Oh, we're leaving. We're not. Let me play this out for you. Let me calm down. I'll tell you from beginning to fucking end. You let him talk for an hour. Now you give me my time.
Okay.
I met Wolverine at 9/11.
That's a year ago with the Marcus Ray stuff. Yeah.
And the reason why he jumped on board so quick because it was violent. That's what he thought. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then when they decided that this isn't where we want him to be because of the 44,000 Indians that he was going to bring, we've never seen any proof of that. All we've heard is I'm the grandfather, I'm this, I'm that, me, fucking me. So I've been talking to him 7 hours a fucking day for a year.
Mm-hmm.
So I know who he is. That's why I can tell you that he fucking abuses his wife. Because I can sit there, he does it publicly on his Facebook. She cooked him supper one day. He went publicly on Facebook and said, can you believe that after all these years of fucking married to this fucking bitch, she can't even cook for me? What a fucking joke. I wish I wouldn't even have fucking met her. So I went on there and I said, are you drunk? No, I'm sober, he says. Oh, so you just went publicly and dogged your fucking wife in front of everybody because you didn't like what she made you for supper. While we're on Zoom meetings that you were invited to that you didn't come to. He's yelling at her, shut that fucking dog up right now. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off. He's violent, man. Why do you think he keeps telling you? I was a hereditary and I was in Oka, so I know all about it. Because he's pushing the Oka narrative. That they're going to stand up and be violent against the government. He's saying he's peaceful. He's never been peaceful. That's the only reason why he jumped on in 9/11, because he thought it would be violent. And all through this time, I've been trying to work with him, and then we got in together with the states and did Saban for the Save the Children. So this isn't new. And then did Saban fucking put him in his place because he thinks he can tell people what to do when he's drunk. And he drinks every night. And when we brought it up at a meeting here between all of us and nobody knows about, that was our core group, we said to him, why are you drinking so much? You can't be drinking like this when we're trying to do some serious talking here with the government. You know what his excuse was to us? My doctor told me I need to thin my blood, so I need to drink every night. That's what he fucking said. And we're like, no, you can't do that. He wouldn't sleep. He was pacing my fucking house. He was pacing in front of my fucking, my motorhome that I let him stay in. He had it up for Gordy the first day. Because when we came into my house and we were trying to make arrangements for sleeping, he's like, me and Dom. And he took Dom right away, who's one of the other pioneers. Crazy Bear. He took him into my motorhome. He's like, we'll be here. You can have Gordy in the house. I knew right away. So then I fucking chilled out, just let it, because you have to understand, we don't care about egos. We don't care about anything else. Even if we were talking to J.D. Anderson, which we don't. They were the ones that put it out there. Candace Hill posted a public statement naming probably about 100 people, claiming that there was Adrian and J.D. And they totally tried to smear those names. But you won't find mine on there because he thought he had me under his fucking hat. Which I let him believe so that we wouldn't fight.
Well, he doesn't trust J.D. Anderson because he speaks to the government, and that's why. So there's this paranoia that drives that end of his story.
No, there's more than that paranoia, Rick. So the next day after so that night he approached me, and he scared the shit out of me because it was 4 a.m, and all of a sudden this little creep comes from behind the fucking woods, and he goes, hey. And I just fucking jumped. I was like, holy fuck. He's like, no, Gordy's got to go. Meanwhile, he already told us that one of our other members in Saskatoon had to go. Who we need in this, because we need everybody to stand up for our children. And we're not ousting anybody. That's why we kept him so long. Him sitting there saying, oh, yeah, I left 5 weeks ago. No, we fucking made you leave, you fucking goof. He got mad. Let me continue on. I'm jumping around. So then he fucking approached me and tried to get me to get rid of Gordon. And I said, no fucking way. I'm not going to let some fucking drunk, somebody who's on one, and I don't know what he's on at night, and sit there and fucking freak out on me and start threatening my people in my house
So then right away, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. We're leaving in the morning. We're gone. We're gone. So him and Dom, he made Dom fucking pack up all his shit. And they packed it up and put it in the car and took off with one of the other people that have left Wolverine's side. Okay, so the only one that's not in the 5 core group is him. So he was all leaving, and then we thought they left. So then we're like, what's going on, kind of thing. And then all of a sudden he trolls back. And then Gordy, you've met him on here. He's very level-minded, and he doesn't let anything bother him. He talked it out with him, cooled it off, and they stayed for a month longer. Now, there were meetings. He's going to call out meetings. Yeah, there were meetings. He didn't tell you he went and saw Marcus Ray. He didn't tell you that he fucking went around everywhere else. Right? Because he's going to try and make himself look like he's fucking perfect, right? So then they did all this shit, and in the meantime, we have people in the group that are giving him thousands of dollars behind our backs. Meanwhile, I'm spending my residential money, paying for his fucking food, paying for his gas, getting new tires on their car, paying for flights, paying for trains, paying for everything. Like I said I would. And here now all of a sudden one of the group members is like, you know what? I sent him $1,000 before he left because he was trying to get in Gordon's head about me already. He was telling Gordon that he doesn't trust me, that I'm going to leave him high and dry. So this is the fucking game he played on one of the other members to up $1,000 to him to support his fucking drinking habit while he's here because I paid for everything. And then when that other member leaves, he coerces him into another $1,000. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here going broke thinking that I'm doing a good thing. And he's behind my back fucking collecting money. He collected $400 and some in Saskatoon from other members at meetings that I found out about this weekend. And here I'm trying to sell fucking stickers that even if I don't get my money back because I paid for them, that I don't care because it's going to this movement. And he's out there fucking pulling his bullshit and spending our money. He went around telling everybody that he paid for the stickers and that everybody needs to forward the money to him. That's when I went and I exposed him. I had enough. And I went on Facebook and I did a fucking live. And I told him how it was. And that I know where he is and I know what's going on. And then we didn't talk. He hasn't phoned me. He hasn't said anything to me because he knows better. Because I'll expose him. He knows I know things because we were that close. I lost all 3 of my dads. I had asked him to give me away at my wedding because I was that close to him. And then he does this to us. He's lying about the Indians. They moved away from him because you can see this is how he gets. This is how he gets when he gets balls and how he talks to everybody. And it's violent.
Yeah. But he's not the only
one. That's all I'm saying about that. Like he fucking portrays himself to somebody he's not. We have never seen any proof of all these fucking native things. Yeah, he went and talked to White. You know what? He was making me do all the work. I was supposed to go find Lester Howe, who's the common law native guy. I was supposed to be running around doing it. He tells people what to do And if you don't listen to him, then he fucking, I'm not proud of you. And just because I played the fucking game this whole time to keep the fucking animosity down, doesn't mean that I didn't know the whole time and that one day this would come to a head. I was just trying to keep the fucking peace. Because I worked with him for so long, because I thought maybe he did have something to offer. Because we take anybody that has anything to offer at this time. We don't care about gays. We don't care about transgender. If you have something to offer, we'll take you.
But the other side calls you fascists, and you've got Adrian. Yeah, but you know you've got the soldiers of Odin. You've got Adrian with his swastika, and the list goes on.
We're not involved in that, and we're not involved in the 20th. Why do you think I'm in fucking Alberta still? See Gordon behind me. Why do you see us over here? Because that's not our thing. We're not about that. And we don't want any part of it. And just because we don't have Joseph in there anymore, he seems to think that he can fucking attack and attack and attack.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he's not the man anymore. I told you, and he can say, oh, I have screenshots. I have everything. That's why he only till tonight started attacking me. Because he knows that I know everything. I don't lie, Rick. And he sits there and says he doesn't lie to you. Everything he fucking been telling you is a lie. The dogmen are not. He keeps telling you about the wampum. You want to know the truth? The wampum is a fucking actual thing. He's been trying to make it sound like it's an entity. No, it's an actual fucking a sash showing two parallel lines, and that's not here. It's in the States. And he keeps trying to tell everybody, I'm the wampum part of this. He's lying. He's not. And he thinks that he's got that fucking cheese and stuff. Little does he know that we've been talking to them, because when natives don't play like that, Rick. Natives are not going to come up here and start fucking threatening you. That's not what they're about. So he's lying to you. He's trying to put the fear in you so that you fucking are controlled as to what he's trying to tell you. Threatening you with them. How fucking dare him? He didn't realize you were live. Wait till I fucking have some words with people. He is a nobody. He's never.
Well, I stated clearly that he was on the show. So, and I did it at least twice.
He didn't understand.
If he calls here and I'm live on the air, he's live on the air, and there's nothing I can do about that. In fact, I blocked his call once because I wasn't sure who was calling, and then he called in again, and he called in live. And I told him he was on the show at least twice. So it was clearly stated. And then I advised him to not talk. And I muted the microphone at one point. So I don't know what else I can do.
Rick, he was drunk. When you talk, it cuts out his mic. I know these things.
No, he could he could hear every word that I said. He heard every word that I said.
He would not be saying that because he said names of people that he would not normally have said. I wish you would stop questioning that I know him. I know him like the back of my hand.
Yeah, you were close.
He told me things that his wife doesn't know. Okay, so please. I'm not drunk. I'm sober. I'm upset because I can't believe you allowed him to go on like that and start talking about people that could get them into a lot of trouble from his lies.
I had no idea, Queenie, what he was going to say. nor do I know what you're about to say. And this is live, so I have no control over that. And that's why I advised him to stop speaking. And that's why also for a portion of that muted his microphone, because I wasn't sure what he was going to say at that point. So I did what I could do in a live situation like that. And that's what I did. So I understand. And it is what it is now. It's unfortunate, but that's a choice that he made, not me.
It's what situation his drunken self made.
Again, I can't control people.
No, I know, but you could tell he was, Maverick. He was not making sense. One minute he's telling you, I love you, brother. Next minute he's telling you, oh, the dogmen are going to come after you if you
because he's upset. I get that he's very upset. He's also suffering from some misdirection. He's suffering from people filling his heads full of things that are only semi-true that are a problem. And I've come across some of that with him and a lot of other people too.
No.
It is part of the problem, but that's a sidebar thing.
You don't know him.
You know, because he's talked to you about these people that you've been working with in the States, and, that's a concern too.
Why is that a concern? What do you mean? He's the one that brought the fucking States into this, according to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's a concern now?
No, it always was a concern for me. The whole thing is a concern. I don't like violence, and he knows that. I'm totally against it. I stand opposed to it at every level. I will not endorse anything violent.
Yeah, well, you're that, and I understand that. That's what I'm saying. But he's the one that's been doing it from day one. I just told you. Mm-hmm. The only reason why he was involved in 9/11 was because he thought they were going to come out a blazing.
Mm-hmm.
You know that because that's what I thought was happening too before I knew what was going on. That's why you put that video out. Oh, Queenie, and the cops showed up and everything. And he's sitting there saying there's weapons. There's never been even talk of them except from him. You want to know the truth? He got a fucking free ride from the West.
Well, wait. Do not lie to me. Because I have...
lying to you.
Don't lie to me.
Why are you saying I'm lying to you?
I'm just suggesting that you be very careful with what you're saying, because I have information that comes in from more than one source. So that maybe you're not aware of some things, but please do not. Choose your words carefully, and I'll just let you continue.
I paid for this all, and I was there. I know what I'm talking about. I paid for it all.
Okay.
I was at the meetings. I was here when the phone calls are made. I am here for a whole month listening to everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not lying to you.
Okay.
He came across here for other purposes. When we were doing the fucking American one, and he wanted to get ousted, right away he was asking me for money, knowing I was getting my residential. Oh, I need to get to the States. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to talk to these natives. I need to do this. Oh, really? Oh, really, Joseph? Where's your fucking $25,000 you just got from your scoop? Oh, right, because you're a drug addict and you're an alcoholic. I forgot. That's why you don't have money. So you want to come across the fucking country to meet up with somebody for something, and that's why he came, because our meetings weren't important. The meeting with the person he was supposed to meet for something, that's what was important. That's what was the focus of what he did. And if you don't believe me, you can talk to the rest of our crew. They're not talking because they don't want the drama. Because it doesn't matter, because we're going to move forward anyways. Regardless of what the fuck he does.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to do is let you know who I'm dealing with, who thinks he's a messiah. Oh, you don't know who you're fucking with. Bring it, you fucking cunt. I'm right here on the fat cow. You know where I live. Fucking bring your ass here, Joseph. You won't, because you're a bitch. You let everybody take the fall for everything. But when we leave and it's just me and you, then you tell your issues. Oh, do you like this person? Oh, we don't need this person. Oh, this is going on. But don't tell anybody, Queenie. Well, when I stop being his ally, now he's gonna attack me. I've been his ally from fucking day one. But because I've been his ally, I figured him out pretty fucking quick. I don't drink. Never have. I have a drink here and there, 1 or 2. I don't drink a 2, 6, and 4 talls every fucking night and more if he could. Telling him, oh, you sent that money to fucking Gordon. He didn't even use it. Gordon showed me the receipts. Where's all your thousands of dollars that people gave to you behind our backs, Joseph? But you're with us and everything? No. The real truth is that you fucked up. You thought you could run the show, just like you did with Maverick tonight. You showed your true colors. And that's what happened. And even after all that shit you did, we still were going to keep you on board. Until you fucking started saying names, and you're sitting here on here like the fucking narcissist fucking goof you are, saying, oh, she said my name. How dare you? I'll fucking spread your fucking name around this country like nobody's business. Just because you think you were hot to tot back in the day as a biker with the AIMs and everything else, that don't mean shit today, because we have a different kind of fight. But then again, what's AIM about? Violence. What are those bikers about in the States? Violence. He's been trying to push that narrative, trying to make all of us feel scared because he is who he is. And he's not. We have not seen anything. That video that you saw at that conference with that fucking guy from the States, they pulled away from him, Maverick.
That was, I think, just from a couple of days ago, and there were references in the one that I saw. It appeared to be very recent. No?
No, if that's the one where he's sitting on by the tree or whatever the case, or in his house there talking about things, that's old.
And the 2 other gentlemen were in the car, like in their car.
Okay, well that one might be new because I don't know who they were. But
so he's clear.
It doesn't.
So yeah, that's new. That's fresh.
But I'm telling you right now, they are not involved with him. He tried to go, and he's saying Gordon went behind his back. Gordon is so transparent. It's unfucking believable.
Mm-hmm.
It's him that's not transparent because he's receiving funds behind our back, letting me pay for everything, and he's got it. You know what he did? He fucking got over $1,000 before he came to my house. We were leaving fucking BC, and there's that little gift shop, and we saw a bunch of bears there. There's a little gift shop going along the Banff or whatever, right?
Yeah.
He goes in there and makes us sound like, oh, he's really using his money and he's stretching it because he went and bought his wife a $14 wallet and he bought his son a $10 knife. And he comes into my vehicle and he says, look, I thought I better go get my family something from the trip. And he shows me these items. Meanwhile, I find out later he's had thousands of dollars in his pocket. This is how he works. He makes you think that he's got nothing and that everybody should take care of him. Like he tried to get me to pay for him to run to Wisconsin for the 7th fire with these dogmen. And honestly, I don't know where they stand. He talks a lot of shit. But when you listen to him on a live, he sure is quiet. He sure isn't as solid as he is as like he was with you tonight. Because he has no fucking say. But he'll take all the credit for it. Because he was able to talk to some person on his reserve who directed him to a person. And then when they sit down and talk to him, he hadn't talked to fucking White Feather for, I don't know what, 6 months? Oh, but you know though, right, Wolverine? You talked to him once? And then he kept playing that video over and over and over. And then he played me a video of that guy telling him that he didn't want to be involved. That's how I know that he didn't want to be involved. He played it specifically for me alone. Because he didn't want anybody else to know that he was getting told not to deal with them anymore. That's why he doesn't bring my name up until tonight, because he knew I know everything, Maverick.
Well, it's not just tomorrow, it's what comes during the rest of the week, too. And
right, and you will see, and we're not involved. You see me at my home? You think I'm going to make it to Ottawa by tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
He's lying on us for his own narrative. 1 minute he's telling you, oh, they're all coming in tomorrow or today, and now it's, oh, we're coming in tomorrow. And like, he doesn't even know what story's right.
Yeah.
And don't play that video. I don't care. He's just going off on that, thinking he's deadly. Don't you play that video. But we don't want to be associated with you either. So there you go. We're an even Steven, aren't we?
There was nothing said in that video that hasn't been said already. So.
Well, exactly. You're news media.
Yeah.
Like, for him to have the audacity to try and tell you to take something down that you have had playing for how long? What doesn't that show you about violence? He totally showed his true colors of violence with you on that call tonight. And everybody in your chat fucking knows it. And that's all I'm trying to say. Don't follow him. He's trying to tell you not to follow me. Don't follow me. You think I wanted to be here where I am right now? No, I want to fucking fold. But my little boy that's over there is depending on me. And I'll never let anybody stand in the way. And your grandchildren, Maverick, and everybody's children in that chat depend on us. And like I said, we were still going to be willing to work with him. But you see how he goes off the handle and starts threatening? We can't deal with that. And we got tired of it.
Yeah.
It's every day.
Well,
he gets fucking drunk and comes at us.
Well, it's clear he never did share the whole plan with me. And there's clearly more to it.
There isn't one. We're going there to stand up for our kids and see if they'll help with our fucking education minister of all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's been things brought up, like with Wolverine. Oh, yeah, you know. Let's go gear up. Let's go gear up. No. What do you mean? Why do we have to gear up? It's always been this way, right from fucking 9/11, and you don't know how happy I was to have him out. Because he's hard to deal with.
Well, I'm sure people appreciate the warning you gave them tonight.
I don't know if they did, and I'm not telling you to follow me. I'm just telling you to go with your heart and your gut. You'll know what's right for you.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to allow somebody to come in there and incite violence without telling people about it. And he's been doing this for over a year. He's been nothing but on a one-way track. And even when we try, like when we would sit down and it'd be late at night, because during the day we'd have meetings, he'd just sit there and bring the fucking group down every night with his drunken stupidity.
Yeah.
I tried so hard, like I told you, he was supposed to give me away at my wedding.
Well,
and I
Queenie,
introduced you to him, Maverick.
Yeah.
I brought him to you. And remember, he didn't want to be known, but yet he'd go out there and get drunk and start talking in your chat. He's such a liar. He's all about himself. And money. I tried not to bring you into it. I didn't want to call you and bring you in to stress you out. You were doing other things.
Yep, I've been trying to kind of stay out of it.
Yeah,
honestly.
and I've been trying to keep you out of it. Because I knew you didn't want to be a part of this, and I apologize, but I'm not going to let somebody bring children and everything to these things and put it on a native name. Our natives have been through too much, and there's not even any color anymore. It's not about that anymore. You peel the skin off, we're all red. This is about our kids and not letting them do what they did to me as a child. To anybody else. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I just want people to be safe and do the right thing.
Okay.
My kid depends on this. Your kids depend on this. Our future depends on this. The world is so fucked right now. We need to take a stand. And that's all I've ever been trying to do. And I've not let my emotion out because I've been dealing with him. As soon as I try to get... As soon as I try to get, something positive and productive out, or I get upset or whatever, he's right on my ass. And bringing me back around to his point. And it's like an abusive relationship, and you can't even ask my partner, who's been listening to all this and dealing with me with him. He wants to fucking take him out too, but I wouldn't allow it because we're trying to be cohesive. We want everybody. This isn't about one person. But he's trying to make it like that. He always has been. Right from the States a year ago. When we tried to save the children. We tried this a long time ago. I just don't want anybody to get hurt.
I know. I know. Me either.
I want to come home to my children.
Yeah.
I want my child to play a playground like every other kid gets to do.
Yeah.
And it's numbers that will make a difference, not violence. But that's why you don't see me on the move. You know I'm a dirty rag into everything. And him sitting there saying, do you see how she treats the native or the cops? He's the one that told me to treat them like that. He's the one been feeding my head with all this shit that, we're sovereign and shit. You know that, Rick. You had talks with him. You know his narrative. Oh, common law this and whatever. And then he's trying to dog me on it. He's the one that told me to act like that.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Queenie, that there are people putting that stuff into his head.
Yeah, well, it's not good when you're dealing with a drunk.
Well, yeah, and I know that there are people putting that in his head too.
Expensive.
Yeah.
I told you from the beginning when I came on your show that I only tell the truth. And that's what it is. That's the truth.
Okay.
And he can twist it all he wants that he's non-violent, but he showed his colors to you tonight. You can't deny that. And that's what we're dealing with over here. It was on a daily until recently, and now things are starting to smooth out and get better. And then all of a sudden, right in there.
I honestly think that you and Wolverine and many, many others around you are actually victims. You've been tormented and victimized and abused. And I pray for you. And I thank you for the truth.
And I'm not telling you to follow me. I'm giving you the tools to make your own decisions. Mm-hmm. I will never tell anybody to follow me, but I will tell you not to follow somebody that might be inciting violence. You even heard him say it. He said it even in that talk. He doesn't know what he says when he's drinking. And that was another problem, We'd be talking at night and there'd be, he'd be drinking or whatever, and then he'd say something and not remember it the next morning and act like nothing was wrong.
Well, listen, I think we should wrap this up. I want you to listen to me for a minute. Okay? I do care about Wolverine, and I do love him. I think he does have a kind heart. And he was scared tonight and upset. And I care about you too. And I appreciate your courage tonight. And I appreciate your efforts. I know that people are finding it difficult to know what's true anymore. And they're finding it very difficult because of that to make sure that to find the right path forward. I understand. It's very confusing. Very confusing. I hope tomorrow it does remain peaceful. But I know that your warning we should give great weight to, because I do believe what you've said is largely true. And I think your warning about keeping distance and staying safe is one that would be well heeded by people. I can see that, even in your mind tonight, you are torn. And it's hard to make sense of things. And I know that you want to do the right thing. I know you all do. You'll find the way. You'll find the way. Be peaceful.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm trying. I stayed out of it for a while. I took down my Facebook because it's getting raw now. And like I said, if I knew I was going to be here when I first started in this, I would have backed out. I don't want to be in this spot again.
Yeah, I understand.
I just wish I could go crawl in the hole.
When all this is done, you have a place here, and so does Wolverine. If you want it, or I'll be here. And over here you will find safety with me, in that I'm not going to twist your mind. Okay? You're part of the family here. You have been from the very time we met online and we had our first conversation. And he is too. And you guys will reunite. And somehow tomorrow and this week, things are going to work out in the end. And hold your family close. And just do what you know is right in your heart for them. Okay?
That's what I'm trying to do.
And I see Gordon is there with you tonight. And you give him my best. Okay?
I will.
Yeah. You tell him I'm thinking of him too.
Thank you for letting me say my piece.
Yeah. And if you see Pat, and I'm sure you will, you give him my best too.
He has nothing to do with this.
I know he doesn't. But if you're talking to him, because I know you're helping with rodeo and all of that, if you tell him I'm thinking of him too, okay? Pat,
he's my best friend.
Yeah.
He's a good man.
Yeah. I know it's confusing. These are tough times, but we're all together. And it's going to be okay.
And that's what we're trying to do. Like I said, we didn't even oust him right away. We put up with it.
Yeah.
Until we couldn't anymore.
Queenie, we're going to wrap it up, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, folks. That's it. I don't know what else to say, so I'm just going to say, be safe tomorrow. Hug your family. Hug your kids. Take care of them. Make wise decisions. I love y'all. Tons of messages coming in. See you tomorrow.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.